Commission of December 10th, 2020 to order. Can we have roll call of the members that are on WebEx? Jan?
Kim Gallagher is here.
Ann Thompson is here.
Is Charlie? Okay.
He was planning on attending, but
Yeah, I know Charlie was planning on, but he must not be on yet. Dan Bravender is in the room, Dan Mall is in the room, and Pat Momberg is in the room. So,
Who was the third one that's in the room? Ann, who is the third person that's there?
Pat.
Who?
Pat Momberg.
Okay.
All right. Okay, Charlie, we got you.
Sure. Yeah.
All right, first item on the agenda is approve the minutes from the November 12th meeting. Has everybody been able to look at the minutes? And if so, do I have a motion to approve the minutes from November 12th, 2020?
So, Mr. Chair, this is Ken Felder.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any other discussion on the minutes of November 12th? If there's no other discussion, all those in favor by a roll call vote signify by saying aye.
I'll abstain. I was absent.
Okay. Charlie?
Felder votes aye.
Okay, Ken?
Felder votes aye.
Okay, thank you, Ken.
Ralph vote aye.
Janice?
Aye.
And Dan Mall, aye. Motion carries. All right, the first item on today's agenda is an ordinance amendment applied for by the Minnesota Adult Teen Challenge, and we are calling the people in now.
Ann,
Yes?
I have a question.
Yes?
Will we be able to hear the recording after this meeting is over, in case I have trouble with my phone? Is this being recorded?
It is recorded, Jan.
Okay, thank you.
one's here yet.
Sean, no one is here yet for the applicant.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. They have joined us virtually, so I would request that the applicant for the ordinance amendment identify themselves, please.
Tim Walsh, Vice President of Minnesota Adult Teen Challenge.
Is that the only one?
Did we have anybody else?
Rick Shermer, I'm with CEO Minnesota Adult Teen Challenge. Blake Green is going to be joining us. Blake, I think you're here.
Who's representing them?
Blake?
Tim.
My name is Joe Francis. I'm Charlotte. I'm just calling to support Teen Challenge.
We're not at that point yet, sir. We have the public comment yet. So if everybody, that's fine. Mute the microphone. Thank you.
Okay. We're waiting for Blake to join us. Blake is going to be speaking on behalf of Minnesota Adult Teen Challenge. Blake, can you start? You here?
Blake?
We're waiting for you to join us, Blake.
Pastor Rich, Lower Wage, should I give an overview?
Yes, if you would start, thank you.
Yeah, just quickly, Sean and Commissioners, Teen Challenge, we provide substance use or chemical dependency treatment statewide.
Rich.
Yeah, well,
Man, I can't get any sound. I'm on the screen here. Man.
Blake, we can hear you.
I don't know.
would you like me to continue, Sean?
Yes, continue, Tim.
Okay, so we have 12 campuses across the state of Minnesota. We serve on a daily basis about 700 clients in a residential treatment programs, and then we serve about 250, 300 clients on an outpatient basis. We also have a prevention program that reaches 60,000 middle schoolers and high schoolers across the state. The facility that we're talking about would be a DHS, Department of Human Services licensed treatment facility providing chemical dependency for adults. And if you want me to drill down into more who would we would serve and how we operate, I certainly can do that, Sean, if you'd like me to.
Hello?
Mr.
Can
Chair.
everybody hear me?
Yes,
Speaking, is that Blake?
Yeah, that's Blake, yes.
Yes, Blake, we can hear you now. Tim made some introductory comments. If you have any other summaries to the request, now would be your time to speak to that.
No. Not gonna work. I hate this technology.
We can hear you, I can hear you, Blake. I'm on the commission.
I think he's having trouble hearing us.
Oh,
So Sean, I can keep talking, just give some background if you'd like.
Sean,
Anyone hear me?
Yes, we hear you, Blake.
Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
We hear you.
Are you hearing me?
Yes. Go ahead.
You do hear me?
Yes.
All right. Commissioners, my name is Mike Graham. Are you hearing me? Someone let me know.
Yes.
I don't know what that means, Tim.
That means yes.
It's good. All right. My name is Blake Graham, and together with Rich Sherber, I'm sorry about the delay. I have a new camera on this computer, and I have no idea, really, if it's working. But together with Rich Sherber and Tim Walsh, I represent Minnesota Adult and Teen Challenge in this matter. As you know, Teen Challenge proposes to reuse the YWAM Ministry Center at 8150 20th Street Southeast as a chemical dependency treatment and recovery facility for adults. As you may be aware, neither the existing YWAM campus use nor the proposed Teen Challenge use is recognized in the Wright County Zoning Code, which is why we appear before you today with a proposed zoning text amendment that does three things. First, it establishes a definition of treatment and recovery facility. Second, it establishes treatment and recovery facility as a conditional use. And third, it establishes performance standards for the use. As you know, concerns about the ordinance have been expressed by some members of the community. A question and answer sheet has been prepared in response to these and is included in your materials. And while we believe many of the concerns are better suited to a discussion of a conditional use permit, there are two that I would like to briefly address due to the potential to affect the language of the ordinance. And these are, number one, the impact of a treatment and recovery facility on the community and public safety, and two, the potential for proliferation of treatment facilities throughout the country. Regarding community impact and public safety, Teen Challenge is a nonprofit charitable organization that operates treatment and recovery facilities in Minneapolis, Brainerd, Duluth, Rochester, and St. Michael. It has operated for more than 35 years. Teen Challenge is viewed as a good neighbor and a positive influence in every community where we operate. In your packets, Commissioners, include letters of support from several of our current communities, including Brainerd, Rochester, and Minneapolis. With respect to public safety and
In spite of statements that have been made, we want to make it clear that Teen Challenge will not treat clients with a history of violence and will not admit violent offenders into its program. Specifically, Teen Challenge will not admit or treat registered sex offenders. To underscore this point, we have proposed additional amendment language to exclude from the definition of treatment and recovery facility any facilities or programs that are also eligible for either licensure or certification by the Minnesota Department of Corrections, and that proposed ordinance language is in your packets. Regarding the proliferation of treatment facilities, the ordinance has been drafted to allow adaptive reuse of an existing campus property that is uniquely suited for use as a treatment and recovery facility. The proposed performance standards require a minimum of 60 acres and at least 25,000 square feet of floor area. Only uses that meet these minimum requirements, as well as any additional requirements that may be made part of the conditional use permit, will be allowed. And therefore, proliferation of these facilities is unlikely. However, we have proposed additional language to further limit facilities to buildings existing on the effective date of this ordinance. The change, if adopted, would strictly limit the number of eligible locations, and that language also is in your packet, Commissioners. So that concludes my remarks at this time. Rich, Tim, and I will be available to respond to questions or comments that may arise. Again, I apologize for the delay.
All right. Thank you. Is any of the other of the applicants want to comment? Okay, Sean, do you want to give us a little bit of a lowdown also?
So, Mr. Chair, Planning Commission, this is an application for a text amendment to the Wright County zoning ordinance, petitioning to allow this use as a conditional use. As you're well aware, the first step is an amendment, and if an amendment is passed, a separate conditional use permit needs to be applied for and heard by the Planning Commission. So assuming you can see the slide in front of you, the application in front of you is a discussion and a recommendation, and a recommendation to the county board on the application, and then the county board makes the final decision.
Okay. Thank you, Sean. All right, that being said, before we open it up to public comment, there may be quite a few people that would like to comment on this, so I would ask that you keep your comments to 2 to 4 or 3 to 4 minutes. When we're on this type of situation, it's hard for me to control this, so I would ask that the people try to keep their comments, in a shortened time period, and we'll go from there.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, on that note, I'm of the understanding that there might be 1 or 2 community members that have been assigned to represent the overall input and concerns, and more as a group input to start the meeting. If there's somebody that actually has been assigned that duty, if you can speak and identify your name now.
Yes, Sean, this is Adam Sylvester, and we determined that I would speak first to keep things open as much as possible. And for the members who are also closing this, please take a minute and then try to keep your comments as short as possible so we can be organized and helpful.
All right.
Let me know when I can proceed.
Thank you, you're good to go.
Okay, hi everybody, my name is Adam Sylvester. I live at 8912 17th Street. I'm representing a large group of residents in Wright County who have asked me to speak on their behalf. My property is 1 lot to the east of the current byway property. I submitted a map this morning where you can see 8150 The property directly to the east of that is Gary's property. Gary will speak second. And then my property is the 48 acres next to that. We grew up on our property. We host Girl Scout events and Boy Scout events, and young kids go camping on our property all the time. We built our property in the neighborhoods. We use connected trails, and we love where we live. We built our home 4 years ago, and in that process, we actually came in front of this commission as well as the township. And it was very clear to us at that time that our home and our land is in the transition zone. The property at 8150 on the map that I submitted is also in the transition zone. As well as a couple other large lots in that area. And really the first reason we opposed this, when we built our home, we learned that we had to place our home in only one specific place near the county highway so that we wouldn't interrupt future development of the area. And I believe that is very important, and I believe it's very important to follow that in the future. In fact, our entire group believes that developing in the transition zone could be negative and could impact for future annexation. We spoke to the mayor of Hanover, and he also supports that position. If my small house can be built in the one location, imagine what a large treatment facility would do on future development. If the facility was in that location, you can see on the map, it could take that 80 acres out of play for future development if there's a large treatment facility there. It would also negatively impact the property on both sides of the 80 acres, and there needs to be additional clarity that having a treatment facility in the middle of 300 prime acres in the transition zone, how that could impact future development. I personally believe it would be a problem after going through this process myself, and we wouldn't want to see that for future development. And we wouldn't want to see this facility take hundreds of acres out of play for the transition zone. The second reason that we are opposed to this is safety and security. We highly respect Teen Challenge. We think they're an awesome organization. A lot of our members are actually donors to Teen Challenge and have great things to say. However, this does set a precedent for the future. You won't always be Teen Challenge if this zoning is changed. And people know what the new people or the new treatment facility, who they would serve, or where they would serve them. In the letters that Teen Challenge has the commission,
Which is just frustrating as
I think probably is maybe on the phone. In the letters that were sent out, Teen Challenge has claimed in their first letter that they didn't have any issues in 10 years. And that letter was dated back to 2000. We did request from Wright County Sheriff's Department and received the police for the Teen Challenge facility at Lakeside Academy. The commission should all have that, and you can see in 2018, the last year that we had full data, there were 70 police calls, including juvenile runaways.
This is Joshua LaVon. Blake, you need to mute your computer because you are interrupting. All I'm seeing is Blake interrupting, and a little bit of Adam, and then Blake interrupting. We need to get Blake to figure out his system because I can't understand what Adam is saying. Thank you.
Can you put Blake on mute? Thank you.
He is, but I don't think you can hear us. He is, but I don't think you can hear us.
Let me know when I can continue.
Go ahead.
Okay. So as I was saying, in 2019 there were 70 police calls, including juvenile runaways, disorderly conduct, assault, and criminal damage to property. On that, into the record. And our biggest concern is having 70 calls per year on our gravel road would be a major burden for the township and the neighbors. These police calls do not include calls from homes in the area, so it could be even higher impact. We have overwhelming support from the community about this. Every time someone else calls and asks how they can be involved. Yes?
Doctor, can you hear me? I very much want to hear what you're so much noise in the background that I'm having a real hard time. I'm Jan Thompson, I'm one of the commission members. And maybe you could just pause for a minute and until we can somehow get this fixed so that I can hear you well, because I really want to hear what you have to say.
Thank you, Jan. You're on video, Jan. Can you hear me now, Jan?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
And I could, I could hear you always, but I could not hear everything you said because there was so much noise from the other gentleman that wanted to speak in the background, that it was just causing the confusion of hearing just only every other word so they were saying. So I apologize for not being able to be there and see you in person, but we live in an unusual, so I'm sorry.
Yes, it's a wild new world. And Jan, I did submit a very clear package this morning, or actually it was last night to Sean, that has all of our comments. The police reports, which are very surprising, but it is real data. And it has 285 petition signatures from surrounding neighbors in Rockford Township and across Wright County. It's amazing to me how many people have reached out to me. I don't know how I got into the middle of being a spokesperson, but more and more people are reaching out and asking how they can help, asking and sharing their concerns that I'm speaking on their behalf. So overall, our concerns are one, the issue with the transition zone, two, safety and security related to high numbers of police calls on similar property. Three, is that we need treatment centers. We want everyone to understand that, we agree with that. But we believe there should be a study conducted to determine which county should be, how we actually serve a county. We should not make a decision to change zoning because one particular property is pushing for a change to add anything new. And we believe there needs to be a site visit to the Wyoming property, and more importantly, the surrounding acreage that would show that putting a treatment center there could take 200 to 300 acres out of play for future development for annexation eventually into Hanover. We're to stay as organized as possible. Gary speak next, and then John Peterson will speak for the opposition, so for the people supporting this change. So I will open it up if there's any questions from the board, and then I'd like to turn it over to Gary.
I guess at this time, I would like to continue with testimony before we open it up with the board so that we can,
Okay, sorry.
each of the board members will take their notes and come back.
Okay. We can hear you. Okay, good. Great.
Identify himself.
My name is Gary Connell. I'm in the 8370 Tony Street. This is property east of the Aspen Portion property. In this matter, the textual change request has been made quite by others. This is not about team challenge. We're only here focused on what to do with this AG ordinance. This technical change to the ordinance. As you know better than I, zoning can be pretty difficult. As articulated in the code, our zoning code itself, there are stated purposes and intentions. I want to comment on both of those for how, in our opinion, both would be violated if this textual change is allowed. Two letters I submitted that should be in your packets this week. The first is titled CUP conditions, and the second compares the proposed new use to the current AG zoning ordinance. So, within this matter, I was curious as to how did we get to this place. The first letter previewing CUP's condition use permits using the historical, I'll use it as Sean and staff were gracious enough to get me a good sampling of the activity on this property in particular, historical. So in this historical record obtained from the zoning office archives shows how many years development, how many years over the many years of development progressed on that property. Starting as a regular conditional use permit in 1997, it became a legal non-conforming conditional use permit in 1998 when the ordinance was revised to really resort as a conditional use. A number of subsequent requests to make changes to the permit followed over the years. Some rejected, some approved, all done according to regular procedure. How did it happen that today's permit allows a use that far exceeds that of the original conditional use permit? I think it's pretty simple. It's because YWAM wanted to expand their wine industry, and they were a very good neighbor, and no one opposed the development. So that's how we got to where we are today. It had never been imagined how it would play out when and if YWAM left. They believe the zoning policy says a non-conforming use stops. Not thinking that with all of the development it might make the property very hard to place with the new use conforming to the current code. It should have been obvious when developing a non-conforming property that the inevitable outcome is that the improvements may not be fully utilized in the end or after the use stops, unless you simply allow your ordinance to change. Just the ordinance to allow the use of the developed non-conforming property. Is this how we manage zoning ordinances? And maybe it's not the way we really need for that to be done. The second letter I sent seeks to illustrate the stark contrast between the current AG, General Agriculture Zoning Ordinances, and the proposed new conditional use being requested with the textual change. AG zoning is intended for agricultural use for single-family homes. A conditional use that would allow placing a non-agricultural business and institution, 25,000 square feet of facilities, and that's like a building close to the size of the old courthouse, that will house and feed 40 clients living there 24 hours a day, plus staff operating 24/7, 365 days a year, plus visitors, is so far from what the current AG zoning describes as permissible. So adding it as a conditional use is not logical because it is so drastically different. And then discussing the nature of the clients. There will be 40 new clients, perhaps every new clients every 90 days or so. The clients may be unpredictable in behavior, requiring security measures to prevent misdeeds. These folks are clients, not permanent members of the neighborhood. This takes us to the personal side of the zoning code, setting the flavor or lifestyle of an area. Here, there's also a stark contrast between the current ordinance and the proposed new conditional use. Folks choose to settle in AG zoned areas for the reasons outlined in the current code, to do egg and to raise a family. Many want to leave the city behind and live this rural lifestyle, not to have businesses move in down the road. In our case, we came here to build a homestead for our family, a homestead that we could develop over time and not just serve our family of today, but for new generations of family to come. We bought here in Wright County specifically for this purpose. 4 years ago, we found this property and were struck with its potential. We have developed it, made it our home, and feel blessed to be able to live and enjoy this beautiful property in this wonderful neighborhood. Before we bought, we checked into the YWAM property. We learned that they were operating under a non-conforming use permit. We also learned that if that use of the property would stop, so also would the use permit. We did not imagine the possibility that the zoning would be changed to allow for the continued creep and intensification of the use of that property. It's like changing the rules of the game. So, in summary, a treatment and recovery facility as described in the requested textual change is just not compatible with the intentions and purposes of ag zoning here in Wright County. And finally, we respectfully ask you not to allow this textual change to the AG ordinance, or we ask that you delay this judgment until you can further evaluate the ramifications of allowing it. Please come out to do a site visit and look not just at the YWAM facilities, but the affected neighborhood properties as well. Thanks very much for the time and your consideration.
All right, thank you. Is there one more that was speaking for the group?
Yeah, we wanted to have John speak next before we open it up.
Okay, and I would ask you that when you have 3 people, speaking for the group, that the group themselves, hopefully you're saying what they would be saying, and I don't want to have to go with repeating things. I would like to, so that way we can keep the meeting going. So go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Planning Commission members. Again, I won't repeat anything other than the fact that to read a couple things is with respect to the textual amendments to the ordinance. The textual amendments, again, there's nothing against Minnesota Adult Teen Challenge. Their reputation and integrity is not being called into question. It's the underlying amendment as it pertains to any treatment facility in Wright County. The provisions as the county is aware, or the commission is aware, is under section 155.028 with respect to amending the textual provisions of the ordinance. The key provisions of the ordinance basically say that the amendment, or the ordinance is only supposed to be amended to reflect changes in the goals and policies of the community. The community in context of this matter is all of Wright County, all of the cities, and all of the townships as it pertains to the ag property. Basically the procedures of 155.028 call for the county to review, or the planning commission to obviously review all relevant information. The question we have is, does the planning commission have sufficient information to make such a broad textual change to the amendment? Of interest is, I understand from the presentation from the applicants, they've now proposed another amendment to the original application, if I'm correct. Obviously, Mr. Riley, on behalf of the county, sent out notifications with meeting to all the local cities and townships, and there's been, based upon the preliminary report issued, comment both for and against the proposed amendment. The question is have they had a sufficient opportunity to weigh the evidence and review all the information? Not only the townships and the cities, but also the planning commission itself. And we don't think that we have enough information. Before making any type of recommendation, I've heard comments about a site visit. That does make sense. It also makes sense to review the information as it pertains, to make sure you have full proper input from all townships and all the cities in Wright County, because this textual amendment affects every township in Wright County. As it pertains to this particular property, reference is made to the Northeast Quadrant land use plan and the fact that this property falls in the transition area. If it's correct that the city of Hanover has objected to this proposal or is in opposition to this textual amendment, that's key insofar as the Northeast Quadrant land use plan as it applies to transition areas. Basically, with respect to that transition area, it talks about getting input, a joint input from the township, from the city, and the county with respect to any changes in the transition area or approval. And basically, any type of further development in the transition area talks about a early annexation agreement to be negotiated between the applicant and the city. If the city is already in opposition to this, it already poses a preliminary problem at the outset. In summary, again, I provided a memorandum which I know Mr. Riley has provided you. We don't think the proposed amendment reflects the changes in goals and policies of the community. We believe the planning commission needs additional due diligence before they can make a reasonable recommendation to approve, disapprove, or approve a modification. And again, regardless of the proposed amendment, the proposed property being located in the transition area means that it's a unique property which the board or the planning commission needs to fully assess before making any recommendation. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair, planning commission members.
All right, thank you for that. Sean, do you have anyone else from the public that would like to speak? And if so, can we please keep it short?
I do.
Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Zan Pacino. I live at 407
Maplehurst Drive South, 2.4 miles from the subject property. This topic of the placement of substance use disorder treatment facilities, property values, has long been a contentious topic with scant real data. However, there is some real data out there from the National Bureau for Economic Development. It is a report by Horn, Joshi, and McLean titled Substance and Use Disorder Treatment Centers and Property Values, January 29. There's also a follow-on article by Market Watch in January 2019. Do treatment facilities really low property values? Finally, an answer. Market Watch's bottom line point in the whole thing is the model created for this paper showed that when adjusted for issues like benefits to surrounding businesses, there are no measurable differences to the value of the overall community value of properties. The key concept here is that there will be winners and losers. Businesses win while other properties lose. Now, so I read the Horn, Joshi, and McLean report, and this quote from their report is significant. We applied spatial differences SDD model, which uses property and SUDTC location to construct treatment comparison groups. Our findings suggest that SUDTCs continuously locate in lower value areas, and naive models imply that the entry of an SUDTC leads to a 3.4 to 4.6 reduction in property values. When an SDD model is applied, we find no evidence that SUDTCs affect property values. Basically, what it's saying is there's an offset between businesses' value and the residential values, like mine, that will offset each other. So overall, for the community, there's no net loss or there's no net impact. This particular case, the SDD model that was used needed a 4.3 to 4.6 business win to offset the other property's loss. Unfortunately, there are no businesses within the study's SDD area here in Rockford Township that would benefit. So only other property value losses will ensue. I attempted to apply this model to my property, single lot, single home property, and I can expect a net drop of about 10,000. Only due to my being 2.4 miles away. Closer, it could have been as high as 23,000.
All right, let's try to wrap it up, please.
And the fact that there are no businesses, I do not support this resolution.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
Well, hi, this is Steve Sharper, I'm the owner of Marksman Metals Company. Can you hear me?
Yep.
We can.
In St. Michael, and we have approximately 100 employees, and some of them are Teen Challenge graduates, and people who've been given a second chance in life to redeem themselves, and they become excellent employees. They're of value to their communities and families and so forth. And I would just say that many of those people need a second chance in life, and I think a lot of us know different family members that we have that have had drug or alcohol addiction that Teen Challenge has been able to help, or some other treatment facility. Teen Challenge is probably 3 to 4 times more effective because it's faith-based than other treatment facilities. So I had a young man that graduated from Teen Challenge in my office, and he had to go into a emergency treatment in a hospital, and because of his drug addiction, and all the doctors and physicians said that he would probably not live through it. He would be an invalid and so forth, with brain injuries and many other things, and couldn't walk. But yet, within 5 months, he was normal as you and I. And I believe that's because miracles happen at Teen Challenge. God has his hand upon them. So I ask, the planning and zoning to please let your support that. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
I would like to speak next.
Okay, give me your name, please, for the record.
My name is Jill Johnson.
Okay,
And I am a homeowner and business owner here in the Northwest Metro. And I'm also the Teen Challenge graduate. My husband and I both went to the program, and I've been
you're skipping. We can't hear you.
serious opiate addiction. And I'm sorry.
We can't hear you at all.
Here online, Dan.
What's that?
I'm sure.
It comes and goes, Jill. Why don't you try speaking again? I can hear you online.
It needs to be stated that everyone who is not speaking needs they need to mute their cameras and mute their phones. They have to mute or we cannot hear the speaker. Thank you.
So like I said, I am a homeowner and a business owner here in the Northwest Metro, and I'm a Teen Challenge graduate. I have very serious opiate addiction in my 20s. I died as a result, and I feel like their program saved my life. Both my husband and I went through their program and have been sober for 17 years. The difference that I can say Teen Challenge, because I tell you about my addiction because I know a lot about treatment. I've been in other treatments, I've been in detox facilities, gone through lots of different things. I'm active in the recovery community. I volunteer in treatment, I've worked in treatment, and my experience being in the Teen Challenge building is, in comparison, it is a very safe place. They are well-staffed, and their rules are enforced, and they are very strict programs, the most strict that I have ever encountered. And for that reason, it really makes a big difference. They don't have the drug use and the crime like you would find in other treatment centers. And I would like to also add that I have lived next door to a Teen Challenge facility before. Prior to moving out to the Northwest Metro, next to this facility that housed about 50 men, and I had absolutely no issues, and they were the best neighbors in that neighborhood. They did outreach, they served the community, they had a well-kept property, and we never, ever had an issue. The only time that I ran into their clients was when they were serving food professional night out. So I fully support them being in the community.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
Could I speak on behalf of the Teen Challenge?
Can you give your name, please?
Joe Francis, I live on Lake Charlotte, 529 Halsey Avenue South.
Okay, go ahead.
And so we also had a son that went through Teen Challenge about 10 years ago, and they did a really excellent job. And he's been sober now for probably 10 years. And then they ended up buying the Girl Scout camp on Lake Charlotte. And there was concern that that was going to bring some bad neighbors or, police dealings and so forth. But really, they've been the best neighbors. They've cleaned up the property both on the lakeside and the roadside. The kids do community service. They offer, they take them, put in the docks in the spring, take them out in the fall. And again, because it is faith-based, I just think they do an excellent job of overlooking the kids and make sure that there's security members or security places in charge so that we don't have the problems. So I just, again, I'd like to thank them for what they've done, and I wish them the best of luck. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there somebody else that would like to comment? All right, Joshua,
Yes, sir.
go ahead.
Okay, so, my name's Joshua LaFond. I have 6 children here. I live adjacent to the adjacent property, so right in the neighborhood. Concerned with the studies that indicate that there would be property values affected. I'm a supporter of Teen Challenge wholeheartedly, especially their faith-based initiative. My concern is that there's not sufficient study being put in play. Just that not so much Teen Challenge, and this is, again, I want to reiterate what Adam said earlier, as well as Gary, as well as John. The issue is not Teen Challenge at all. I think we need the commission, I think you can recognize this. The issue is not Teen Challenge. The issue is making a revision to AG and residential and the annexation. We purchased our property with the plan of that being all developed around us eventually. There's a reason for that we move up here for residential purposes, for ag purposes. With Hanover's plan to annex it throws a monkey wrench in. So what we have to do is be very cautious about how we proceed here, having good study in place, having information that's public, and there's plenty of time for public comment. With 300, almost 300 signatures there, the concern is that we need to have some more study and let there be some clarity here, rather than a backdoor approach to pump it down the throat of Wright County. Instead, let's slow it down, think about this, let the heat wear off, make sure that it's a good move for everybody, both for the proposed tenants as well as the residents around, and that all of Wright County is not affected by a creep. This whole move is a little bit too shady, and I think that's what's caused this flare of concern. We need to make sure that we're working within the confines of the jurisdiction, the ordinances that we have in place, and if we're going to make revisions, make sure that they're not going to have adverse effects down the road. A perfect application for something like a Teen Challenge would be where you have other health clinics, you have doctors' clinics, you have other treatment facilities, you have hospitals. That's a perfect place, and you see that all over in zoning throughout the world. I've lived in 8 different places. The reason I moved back to Wright County 15 years ago was specifically for urban and residential. That's specifically what I looked at the codes, and that's why I moved here with my family. So again, that's all. I'll just leave it with that. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for that. Is there someone else that would like to speak?
Showing commissioners, does Teen Challenge get an opportunity to speak to some of the concerns?
Yes, you will at the end. Yes, I would like to go through and get public testimony done, and then I will let the applicants have a say after that. So please take your notes, and then I will give the applicants a chance after the public has been able to speak to have a rebuttal. What was your name?
My name is Michael William. I'm a resident.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
Well, I grew up in Wright County, and I can say that there's a percentage that was already, and there was something like that.
Wait.
When that happened. Can you hear me now? Oh. Can you hear me? Hello?
Can you see the name there?
Mike. Yeah.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a question. Since then already, there's a license agreement facility called the beginning of Waverly, and I served on the planning and zoning committee of Waverly and the city council of Waverly in 1990. And the presence of a license agreement for adults in Wright County and Waverly did nothing to.
I can't hear you. I cannot hear you.
Jan, he's either going to have to speak and it's going to come and go, or he's not going to be able to speak at all.
recording?
I think we're getting most of it, yes.
Thank you.
I lived in Waverly, was on planning zone committee. Yeah, city council, and being Waverly's licensed adult treatment program. Did not think to diminish the time. The property, there's only to the property of the neighbors and added value. So the community by providing the revenue for the taxes and so on. To improve the community, and that is going to take this is the 1980, and that program continues to the state, and that's in Wright County. I wrote that up.
Yep.
And I'm first for Team Challenge, with observers and things. Team 71, when I put the ground was quickly. Will be a good leader, graduated from high school, public grade group. And her the founder Team Challenge in 1980, that's great. It's what we had, also Nikki Cruz. Because that's what we had high school in 1980. And so I'm a firm believer that this will not be the division. She values that it's not that. She's right. Very.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
I'd like to speak. This is Andrew Aspinwall, a Wright County resident, and I'm also a graduate of Team Challenge, and you know the program had a huge impact on my life. I went from being in and out of treatment back to use, in trouble with the law, pretty much for 15 years of my life, and it wasn't until I got into Team Challenge that I was able to find real sobriety, a real purpose for my life, goals, and at that point, you know, Team Challenge really taught me what I needed to do, not only to be sober, but to be a productive member of society. And so now I've been sober and living back in Wright County for over 6 years and able to give back to the community, working and supporting those who are also in recovery or going through it. I'm in support of the facility and the proposition.
All right, thank you, Andrew. Somebody else would like to comment?
I'd like to say something.
Okay, can you give your name, please?
Ron Weir, 8365 20th Street Southeast.
Okay, go ahead, Ron.
My question concerns an increase of traffic on the road out here. You know, it's a dirt road. You guys cannot keep up with the grading on the road as it is. Graded a couple of days later, so watch for it gets graded again. If it determines they have the part of the road, if I understand the Team Challenge is a non-profit, so they don't pay taxes, who's going to pay for the road to get tarred as it needs to be? That's it.
All right, thank you. Anyone else that would like to comment?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes?
can you hear me?
Yep.
Steve and Shirley Houston, we're speaking in support of this. And we own Bank West, have been in the area since the early 80s when our family purchased the bank. We are also neighbors of the existing Lakeside Academy. We have a cabin out on Lake Charlotte. And I do remember, been around long enough that there was objections or concerns when Team Challenge was going to purchase what was then the Girl Scout camp. And at that time, we were supportive because of what we know about Team Challenge. And we found that, as has already been stated by some others, that they are very good neighbors. We support their program and believe that the faith-based part of their program makes a big difference in their success. The other thing that I would mention, and maybe I've been around long enough, I do remember back in the YWAM, the Youth with a Mission, was trying to get the approval, conditional use approval on the And I think one of the previous speakers said that no one objected to that at that time. And as I recall, that wasn't the case. I think there were objections. Some were concerned that they were a cult organization and that values would go down on the property. And I think that what we've seen is that hasn't happened. In fact, it sounds like some of the newer homes have been built in the area, believing that they were good neighbors. And I have to believe that Teen Challenge will again be a good neighbor. The only other thing that I would say is, I think according to the zoning, and I heard this is designated as a transition area, and I'm wondering if it was a situation where a developer was coming in to purchase this, and let's say they were looking at putting in 300 homes, if the residents would be more supportive of that use of the property, or if they would be against it. And I'm guessing there would be objections, maybe some similar comments, concerns about values dropping and so on.
My name is Shirley, and I just would like to positively consider this change from my WAM to Teen Challenge. They have been great neighbors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I'd like to speak.
Yes, what is your name first?
My name is Chris Henry. I live at 8235 20th Street Southeast. It's right across the street from YWAM's driveway. My first concern is safety and security of my family, especially after reading that police report, going down the long list of infractions. Those are only the things that are called in, too. Other things happen that aren't reported. You're dropping this in the middle of our lap, and we don't want it. Nobody that I talked to said that they'd be supporting this. Most of the people that talk to me say, well, aren't you going to move? This isn't the place for it. I'm sure Teen Challenge does a good job at what they do, but this is not the place for it. And if there was 300 other homes going to be across, I wouldn't think that either. I moved out of the country for a reason. I want to be around people. I don't want people around me. As a real estate appraiser, there's an adverse effect to the surrounding properties of this. Again, I haven't done a study, but I would guess anywhere from 5 to 15%. If I go to sell, these people move in, I go to sell, I guess I'm going to lose 10%. That's my guess right now as a professional real estate appraiser in the area. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chris. Anyone else that would like to comment?
Yeah, could I comment? This is Paul Burley.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, opportunity. I'm Paul Everett. I'm about a 4-year resident of St. Michael. I'm a retired banker in the St. Michael area. I'm also they started there, so they started there, we might be confident. But involved with Teen Challenge. A number of years that introduced them by Charlie Solvilla. Anybody that I didn't want to become more familiar with Teen Challenge, if I do it, so I can a little picture. That is a facility for boys. It's under the YMCA and it was an abandoned plant. And Minnesota Teen, which I gathered around at the facility. I think it was started well there. Not only parents, so it's telling they start breaking that and having to get it back to the county. And I think it was Steve, like, person suggesting I just for that, and the point that from the lake, and this little Teen Challenge is not just the drug rehab facility, it's the
in a big company facility, unlike filling up any other facility.
Frank, it's running low.
That Wright did for the problem. I think the success rate is about 80 to 90% of the, I say fabulous. It's not only recovery disability, but they all offer educational benefits. They graduate students high school, and 80 to 90% want to keep productive lives. Some of them have important information. But again, I've seen over the years the transition of these students when they enter into what they become when they graduate. It's just not an in-and-out facility. They're there for 6 to 12 months. The staff are highly skilled. We find they're fully supervised. And I just think that where are these facilities supposed to be built and developed? It's not this area. Where else would it be? I think it's we owe, I think, to society to provide these kinds of opportunities, these kinds of facilities to take these kids, these adults off the streets, so they can rebuild their lives. And it has to happen somewhere. And I think we all need to get behind it and make it work. It sure has worked for us. But again, please do it at the facility. You know what I'm talking about. So I would strongly support the conditional from the beginning.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to speak.
Mr. Chair, this is Ken.
Yeah.
Would you please ask Steve Houston to mute his microphone? We were getting feedback after the last gentleman's testimony.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
My name is David Connell. I'd like to speak.
What was your name?
David Connell.
Okay, go ahead, David.
Thank you. I appreciate all the personal testimony regarding Teen Challenge, but I would like to remind that the textual change proposed is speaking to treatment facilities in general. It does not specifically call it Teen Challenge. I think that's an important distinction. Their track record is not called into question here. We are concerned, as the last gentleman mentioned, where do these treatment facilities go? It's not our opinion that they shouldn't be placed places, but I think there does need to be additional thought, consideration in regards to where they are placed. Whether it be, I don't believe that it should be. We should be changing zoning that it's single-family housing and ag to accommodate the intensification of a property that is already in a non-conforming use. I do not believe that the zoning should be changed to accommodate the next step of the property acting as a business in a residential area.
All right, thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak or comment?
I'd like to speak.
Yes, can you give your name, please?
My name is Jennifer Connell, and I would be living right next door to the proposed site for Teen Challenge. I would again like to stress with other members, and I oppose this. We're not directly opposing Teen Challenge as an organization. We are talking about a far-reaching zoning change, and we're saying that, okay, so say a Teen Challenge decides to sell, 10 years down the line. Because of the way that this is worded, we don't know what kind of treatment facility might go in next. They might not have as much of a reputable track record as Teen Challenge. So that's a really big concern for myself. And then also with regard to safety, I understand that, there's a lot of people are saying that these are safe environments, but I have seen the police reports and I am not an uninformed community member. I have informed myself, I have collected the facts. And the fact of the matter is that the St. Michael facility has had over 70 police calls in a single year. And, as a woman and with young kids and stuff on our property, I want to be able to feel safe. This is part of why we moved out to the country. We wanted to be in a safe neighborhood community, not not where there's going to be other treatment facilities. Again, it's not just, this isn't about teen challenge. This is about any kind of drug and treatment facility that can go up in Wright County and potentially right next door. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Someone else that would like to comment?
I would like to comment.
Give your name, please.
Angela Henry.
All right, go ahead.
I am directly across the street from YWAM, and I'm also speaking on behalf of ICE, the neighbors. He's having connection issues, but the YWAM driveway is the only entrance and exit, and it is on an often graded rural gravel road where there are walkers, bikers, joggers that come specifically to this road. Traffic will definitely increase. And again, I want to reiterate, I don't believe anyone is against Teen Challenge and why and the need of having this type of center or facility. However, the concern is where it is. And I do have firsthand experience with people in my family that have needed treatment centers like this. And I have seen how they go too. But in that term, there's one entrance and exit. If the police go there, that's where it is. Traffic is going to go in and out of that. Staff, members. Residents are going to start at 40. Who's to say that won't be growing down the road as this gets changed? And this is from the neighbor, they are leaving their transitional zone, which will become part of Hanover, and entering a zone residential area. He is saying the entrance and exit should be on the highway instead of this rural gravel road, if it would go through. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Someone else that would like to comment?
I would like to speak.
Okay, can you give your name, please?
Yes, my name is Charlotte Williams. I live right between St. Michael and Hanover. I've been in Wright County much of my life. And I think if we all have this not in my neighborhood position, it's going to leave people without access to a facility in a community right where it's needed. We have families in Wright County that are battling this battle every day. And I think of my time growing up in Monticello and driving to Minneapolis for a family treatment so that I could support my brother who was battling with alcoholism. I'm going to take the position of loving our neighbors who are the least of these by allowing them a facility right in our beautiful rural area. Let them experience what we have to offer. Let's come alongside these men and give them the support that they need. And so I am strongly in support of this facility.
All right, thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak?
Steve Horn.
Okay, go ahead, Steve. Give your name.
Yeah, Stephen Horn. We live on 2910 Jansen Avenue, Southeast, about a mile and a half from the current YWAM facility. I've known about Teen Challenge and been a supporter of Teen Challenge probably upwards of 30 years. And like the last caller stated, we need treatment facilities. And this would be a good spot for a treatment facility. Would it be different for the neighbors on 20th Street? Certainly would be. But it would be a rule setting where people could get away from the inner city Minneapolis. Right now, they have treatment facilities right down in the part where they had riots and stuff this year, and they continued those going and unabated. And out Wright County is given opportunity for people, of Wright County, for kids, for adults that are going through this. And oftentimes, I think when we think of people with addictions, we're thinking of opioids or something like that, or heroin or whatever. A lot of times it's alcohol, and that can be as much an addiction and a destruction to society as it can be, as it is. And Teen Challenge has a great record of changing people's lives and bringing them back into society where we need them. And they can become tax-paying members of society, which is good. I'm reading through the Ag Amendment here. It could just be 14 Challenge at this point. If they move out of thank you very much for your time, I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Is there someone else that would like to comment?
I would.
Go ahead, give your name, please.
My name is Ann Newman, and I would love to not give my address. I'd just like to put out there, I'm not against Teen Challenge. I'm not against helping any sort of neighbor. I have just witnessed what, firsthand, what, if we open this kind of door to living in the country, which I very, very much chose to do for myself. That is my childhood. I lived in the city for a number of years, and when it was my turn to make choices for my family, I picked something as close as I could. And I returned to the soil, if you will. And I lived in a small neighborhood, and right next door, someone decided to buy a home. It was illegally there. It was shut down. But it was a year and a half to 2 years of my life where I firsthand witnessed an organization that didn't have the ethics coming in. And there were men that suffered from alcoholism, and they would hide beer cans in my backyard. I have young children. I saw there was one man that attempted to light another man on fire. I mean, it was so much time, energy. It's just, all we're asking for is ethics and checks and balances. People live in the country for the same reason that these men should be able to seek solace in the country. It's a two-way street of ethics and being conscientious and being good to one another. So, let's be good to one another in a good and kind and conscientious way that listens to everyone. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to comment?
Hi, this is Pete Sharper, and I just want to make this statement that the
Excuse me.
staff at the Wright County Sheriff Department has stated we need more teen challenge facility in Wright County so that we don't have to put people in jail and we can turn the jail
Thank you, Pete.
into a child care center.
Yep, thank you. I would prefer if you have something to say, you say it once, because I don't want to keep going back and forth, or we'll be here a long time. So if there's anybody new that would like to speak or has something to add that we haven't already heard, I am more than open to listening.
I would like to say something. My name is Stacy Bobby,
Yes.
and I have been a Wright County resident for over 30 years. I grew up in Rockford and went to school in Delano. I completely support Minnesota Adult and Teen Challenge moving into our community. They are an amazing company who cares deeply for individuals and their families who are seeking help in recovery. There's a desperate need for this in Minnesota, and I believe that this community is perfect for that. It's out of the city, it's away from everything that comes with the city atmosphere. I understand the stigma behind the recovery community. However, I urge anyone opposing this to please learn more about Minnesota Adult and Teen Challenge, because this isn't a normal recovery center. This isn't what you're thinking. It's an amazing company, and they've done so much for other communities. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to comment? Is there anyone else that would like to comment? All right, at this time then I'm going to give the applicants a chance to have any comments that they would like to have. And then after they're finished, we will come back up here to the board, and the board can either have comments or decide what the path going forward will be for today. So, from somebody from Teen Challenge, if you would like to comment. Or the
I'd like to comment, Rich Shermer, I'm the CEO of Minnesota Delta Teen Challenge. I'll address the three concerns that I heard. Number one, everyone needs to know that this is not going to be an adolescent facility. This is an adult facility. We included in your package, we have a total of 12 centers across the state. One of them is an adolescent center, the other 11 are adult centers. This will be an adult facility. Basically, in your packet, I think there were 10 support letters from neighborhood groups and sheriff departments supporting, basically saying they're not seeing, they tell us as neighbors, and haven't seen increased crime, they haven't seen some of the issues that have been raised here today. My concern is this. I'm concerned that the petition that went out, people signed it on a basis of misinformation. They were told that sex offenders were going to be coming in. They told us that violent criminals were going to come in, crime was going to increase. And number three, people with serious mental health issues were coming into their neighborhood. Who would want that? This is not who we take. In 2018 and 2019, the federal government called it the worst drug epidemic in U.S. history. It could not have been any worse. Those of you who read the front page of the Financial Star Tribune last Thursday, the front page said that drug overdoses increased. Not only it was at the worst in 2019, now it's increased 30% more drug overdoses the first 6 months of this year. I worked in this department. These are your kids, these are your neighbors, these are your family members. They're not going to go into the inner city. They need to be in some place that they feel safe and they feel comfortable. And that's why when you get out there and you see in the country setting, and I just want to address one last thing. It's no agriculture, but if you look on the maps, basically the facility, the campus there is the dormitory and the campus, and the rest is swamp area. You could never farm this, you could never do anything with it agriculturally. Anything to do with that property, so that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I'd also like to speak to the part of asking. So,
can you give your name? Can you give your name, please?
I mean, first of all, the police, if you check with them, are great supporters of Teen Challenge and Lakeside Academy. Their responses to the facility are in community support to that facility. That's really important to emphasize. We have been endorsed, supported by both past and current sheriffs. They know exactly what's going on there. The reason that they respond is actually because with a behavioral issue of any kind, and these are kids with some behavioral issues, the Department of Human Services does not allow us to respond in the way the police can. The police know that, and the police are willingly coming out there to support us at the Lakeside Academy facility. That's a really important point. So please don't take that to mean that this is affecting the larger community. These are internal matters that happen at Lakeside Academy. Second, the Lakeside Academy is actually an extraordinary example of how much we put into the value of those properties. Millions of dollars of value in those properties, and so please keep that in mind when you're thinking about property values. Then the issue of transfer of property came up. If you notice, we've been in business a long, long time, and we are a thriving, robust nonprofit, and there is no end in sight to that, and we actually haven't done that in our past and don't intend to here. Next, there's a big concern about who's going to be showing up at the facility. And I just want to stress what some of the supportive comments said, is that Teen Challenge actually has treatment facilities in urban areas. We are already serving urban areas. This will not be, I don't think, it'll be an urban population. What we'll be serving is people from suburbs, exurbs, in rural areas. And these are people with insurance that are going to be coming there. And they're not going to be serious, violent offenders. They may have an offense related to their drug or alcohol addiction. That's what we anticipate. We don't anticipate any of the concerned populations that we're talking about. So I just wanted to be very specific about those concerns, and I think we will address those concerns. So when Pastor Rich says we don't have any of the instances that you're talking about, he's speaking the truth. That's exactly right. The instances that were mentioned in the concern letters don't actually happen at our facilities. So, and what's happening at Wright is specific to a adolescent program, kids with some behavioral issues, and the police and the sheriff responding in support to what's happening on those grounds, because we can't respond the way the police do due to the Department of Human Services restrictions. That's what's going on at Lakeside.
All right. Is there any other ones from the applicant that want to speak? All right, we will bring it back here to the board. Is there anyone that wants to start, or any suggestions how we want to proceed? If we want to have a site inspection? Charlie?
Mr. Chair,
Can everybody make sure you're muted so that we can hear Charlie?
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to close the hearing at this time.
All right, I have a motion on the floor to close the public hearing portion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion made and seconded to close the public hearing portion of this. Is there any discussion?
To the extent, Chairman Moulton.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Ken.
Mr. Chair,
Okay.
this is Ken.
Yep.
I would prefer that we not close the public comment portion of this, because I'm of the opinion here, Mr. Chair, that we are looking at a county-wide ordinance, and I know there has been a lot of talk in support of the Minnesota Teen Challenge and criticism of the Minnesota Teen Challenge. However, that's not the issue that is before us today. We're talking about a widespread, broad, all-encompassing area that this zoning ordinance would be applicable in our ag districts in Wright County. So therefore, it would be my opinion not to support this motion, because we need to do some more due diligence and find out more information and scrutinize this proposed ordinance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Ken. Pat?
Chairman Moulton, if we close the public hearing at this point, if I have a question of the applicant, are we going to be able to hear a response from them, or are we closing that off?
Mr. Chair, I can't hear Patrick.
Pat?
You're kind of on the edge there. I don't know if you're going to have to adjust over to the speaker.
Oh, right, there's your speaker.
Oh, this is my speaker here. Is this better?
Is that better, Sean?
I think good enough.
Green.
Yeah, so my question, Chairman Mull, is if we close the public hearing now, should I have a question that I would like to hear from Minnesota Teen Challenge or the applicant on? Are they going to be given the opportunity to respond, or are we closed off there?
As far as it goes to the applicant, I would allow questions to the applicant. But all other submissions, everything else would be closed off.
Then my follow-up question to that would be to Commissioner Falger, which is, his comment is not wanting to close it off because it's countywide. We have sent out the proposed ordinance in almost its current form and received feedback from the townships and from at least one city. And so I guess I'm curious with Mr. Falger on what is it you expect to gain from keeping it open beyond additional comment today?
Ken, did you hear that?
Sort of, Mr. Chair. I believe Commissioner
Patrick Mulberg was inquiring why I would like to keep the public comment period open. Well, I have some issues with the proposed zoning ordinance to begin with, and I'm wondering if there was widespread dissemination of this to all townships and cities within Wright County, whether or not they have been given notice. I'm sure all the townships have, but there have been some city comments trickling in, and I have not heard back from any other municipalities within Wright County, although they're not under the jurisdiction of the Wright County Planning and Zoning. But I was just kind of curious that I don't think it would do any harm to continue the public comment period.
That answer your question, Pat?
Well, can Mr. Riley, can you inform us as to the dissemination of the notice and if cities got it, or if it would be out of the ordinary course to send it to cities?
Mr. Chair, Planning Commission, we notify the cities and the townships. Member Felger is correct that this is our township jurisdiction, so it's not unusual for cities not necessarily to respond. We usually have a higher response rate from the townships.
No.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Janice.
Yes, I think this is getting kind of fuzzy. What we're talking about today is a change in the ordinance, not necessarily approval of this particular facility. I'm mostly and only concerned with this being discussed completely and thoroughly by the rest of the county and townships and municipalities and cities and individuals that are involved. And seeing a change, this is a big change to our zoning ordinance. We need to take care of that we give everybody the opportunity to be heard and everybody the opportunity to express their viewpoint, not just the people that are in attendance that live directly around this particular facility and area. If we close this public hearing, perhaps Ray, our council could tell us, can we bring this back to discussion at our county board planning commission meeting? Can we reopen it again? What is the legal things that bind us by approving or disapproving Ken's or Charlie's motion?
Commission Member Thompson, just to answer your question here quick. Generally, when the Planning Commission closes a public hearing, at that point in time, to reopen it for public comment from members of the community, you do usually pass another motion to reopen that discussion. So if that's what you're looking to do, if you want to reopen it to the public, you'd have to do that. But as our chairman did say, we do usually allow a discussion from the applicant still to be able to answer comments from the board as part of that discussion. But the overall discussion from the community after, if this motion was to be approved, would end at that point in time, unless the board made a further motion to open.
And how would you do that?
You would have to pass the motion again.
And if this motion could be made at the next meeting that we would be having?
The motion could be made whenever it comes before the board and it's approved.
Commissioner, or Chairman Moe?
Pat?
Greg, assuming though that we take an action on this today that is either affirmative or negative and not put it out for further study, this is going to be beyond us and sitting with the actual county commission, right?
Yeah, Commissioner Mulberg, yes, as soon as this body makes a final determination, this goes to the county board, and it's top of this, planning commission has to have another hearing on it. So once the final motion is made, it's gone. Procedurally, the county board could always decide to take it if they want to as well. The county board might have the ultimate jurisdiction and control over it. It's just referred to the planning commission for a public hearing, which has occurred.
Thanks, Counselor.
Right, thank you. Go ahead, Charlie?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Just to speak to Ms. Felker's comment, I could have swore that I heard the chair ask if there was any more public comment like 3 times, and there was none. And this issue is going to be done today, Commissioner Felker. So I guess I don't understand why you would not want to close the public hearing so we can move this along.
All right. Is there any other discussion here at the board? Is there any other discussion? If not, I will ask for a roll call vote, and we'll start over here with Dan Bravender.
Bravender votes aye.
Felger votes no.
I'll vote aye.
Thompson votes no.
Mulberg votes aye.
And Mall votes aye. Motion carries 4-2. So the public comment period is closed. So now going forward, how does the board want to proceed? Any comments here?
Well, Mr. Chair, I do have some comments.
Yep, Dan Bravender has the floor.
In light of receiving some of this information, even this morning, I think I had 3 different emails this morning that I saw. I had no time to go over that stuff before the meeting today even. It's important that the public comment is closed, and I think that this is due first of all for the site inspection. And putting it off until the next meeting in January so that we have time, at least I have time to go through the rest of the comments we received and make informed decisions on this. I don't feel like I make an informed decision today based on the comments we had because I haven't been able to go through them all.
Okay.
I was up till 10 last night reading all the letters. And
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'll get closer to the mic. So is this my outside voice, Charlie?
Can you hear him, Charlie?
No, I just had a comment to that though.
Yeah.
This is not a conditional use permit. We're not going out to look at a particular property. This is a county ordinance that we're voting on today. It is not a conditional use permit, and I think you have to make that clear. I know some of the people in the audience mentioned that. Some were more confused thinking it's about a specific location. It is not. It is a county ordinance change.
Thank you, Charlie. Go ahead, Dan.
And I agree with that, Charlie, but regardless of what happens, I do need more time to go over the information, so I would be in favor of putting this off another month so that we could go through the information that we received this morning.
All right. Janice, you wanted to comment? Janice?
No, I still, yes, can you hear me?
Yep, now we can.
Yeah. This is what I think. I think that it doesn't hurt to do a site inspection. I think that as a planning commission, that we should exercise our rights to do a site inspection. And I don't understand why council would be opposed to doing that. It's counterproductive. If we're supposed to talk about changes to an ordinance, we should at least know what we're talking about or going to be discussing. I haven't a clue. I think I know what this is, but I have not been there. And I would definitely want to be able to have a site inspection and go look at the place.
All right. Yes, Charlie.
Chair. Again, if we're gonna have a site inspection, go out, drive around and look at the county. This is a county ordinance change. It is not a conditional use permit that we're talking about right now. I don't know what the confusion is. Yeah, drive around the county and know that it's a county and that one of these facilities could be put up somewhere.
Yep. Pat, Jan, hold on. Thank you, Charlie. Hold on, Janice. Pat?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Burrell, conceptually, I'm fine with what you just said, that this is not a conditional use permit. Drive around the county and say that one of these could be put up anywhere. But realistically, especially in light of the additional language that's been proposed as part of the amendment, we're not talking about something that could be proliferated throughout the county. This is a very targeted proposed zoning change. Which, would lead me to almost say I think we should do a site visit. But on the other hand, I do think that a site visit is not required, and I don't know that it's helpful at this stage in light of the way that at least I'm going to look at this issue, which is under the ordinance that we have, we're being asked to make a determination to change the text to reflect a change in the plans and policies of the county. I don't know that a site visit to go look at a particular property informs me in that regard. I'm far more interested in trying to understand the information that would help me answer the question under 155.028.
All right, thank you, Pat. Ken, do you have any thoughts?
Were you asking me, Mr. Chair? I couldn't hear.
Yes, Ken, do you have any thoughts?
No, I do not.
All right, thank you.
I'll defer to the other commissioners.
All right. I too would like some more time to be able to go through some of this to make an informed decision, because I too agree very much with Commissioner Malmberg, and also that we need to look at this. It is a countywide situation. This isn't just about Teen Challenge. I agree, Teen Challenge is a very good, but we're doing a targeted situation here. And once we do a county ordinance, it goes through the county. And I know in some of the information we have, not all the townships, like in the past, have agreed with it or deferred. I mean, there are townships that have say they don't want the change in the ordinance. They're not saying they don't want the specific group. They're saying they don't want the change in the ordinance. And that's what concerns me, is that we're changing the ordinance to put something else into agricultural land. We already have a lot of things going into agricultural land. We're already putting a lot of homes and splitting properties up, and that's under our ordinance. I mean, we're doing things that is within our ordinance. So I personally would like to go through this some more and be able to read through the information we have before I make a vote for myself personally. So I guess I would be in favor of continuing. I don't need to see the place. We were out there several years ago to this property, weren't we, for a site inspection, Sean?
Some members have been to the facility.
Yeah, because I know we did a site inspection, so I mean, I'm relatively familiar with it. So for me, I don't need that, but I guess I would like more time to go through the 100-some pages that we have.
I will agree with, I'll just drive out there myself and take a look at the place. And I will drive around the whole county, just like you said.
Right.
Get more I agree with Charlie. So you win.
All right, Dan Bravender?
I just had a few questions that I had written down here as I was listening to the testimony. First one is, and this is for consideration for all of us as we decide whether this should be an amendment change. How do we decide which facility is credible? Secondly, which goes along with the first one, what's the track record for the applicants? Third, how many residents are going to be allowed in the facility? Is it going to be just for adults or will it be for all people? And these are just some of the things I wrote down as we were listening to testimony that I think it's important for us to consider as we go through this.
But Commissioner Bravender, on that statement, on those questions, those are things that should be included in the ordinance.
Correct.
I mean, those are statements to add into the ordinance of limitations.
There are more questions, I guess, from me.
Right,
Right
they're
now.
questions, but those are things
Yep.
that would put teeth into the ordinance.
Correct.
So, Charlie, was that you?
Mr. Chair, I said, that we don't have another ordinance that does what you're just talking about. But our issues that put in effect of the conditional use permit hearing where we have control over those issues. We either grant the control, the conditional use permit, we can put conditions on, that's what it's called even, the conditional use for the property. We just don't have another one. And Mr. Chair, where I feel this is going, it's kind of like our ag building to put out the storage with this for. I'm very upset with it, and you can put this forward to the county boards to me, and I'm going to make that motion right now. But let's go forward with a positive recommendation for approval.
So you're making that a motion, Charlie? Charlie?
That was
Mr. Chair, I believe he's muted.
Okay, that was a motion? Okay. I have a
Mr.
motion.
Chair, that was a motion, correct.
All right, thank you, Charlie. I have a motion on the floor for a positive recommendation for this ordinance to the county board. Do I have a second? Do I have a second? I'll call for a third time for a second. By receiving no second, the motion dies for a lack of a second.
Mr. Chair.
Pat?
Commissioner Burrell, I'm not prepared right now to vote in favor of that motion, but I am interested in hearing from you, perhaps in particular, as the person best situated amongst us commissioners, as to what changes in the county have occurred that would support this amendment happening, or us recommending the amendment. Again, going back to the language of 155-028A2, it seems to me that now is our opportunity to provide the county commission with a better record that supports your affirmative or negative vote on this. And our record right now is pretty light on that question.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Charlie?
I really heard part of that thing that when you talked about something about the change in the county or something, it kind of broke up. There's a lot of people might have their mics on yet or something. I kept hearing
Charlie, let me try again. As I'm viewing the question, we have to determine, in order to make a recommendation to the county commission in support of this amendment,
Can't understand you, Pat. I can't understand you.
we need to determine that this is a means to reflect changes in the goals and policies of the community as reflected in the policies plan or changes in conditions in the county. I don't think this is being done to reflect any change in the policy plan. So the bucket that it would have to go into would be changes in conditions in the county. As I sit here, Charlie, I don't see a lot in our record that answers that question. I think you, sitting on the county commission, probably have a better pulse of countywide conditions. And so I would look to you to fill me in on why I should support this, because it reflects a change in the conditions in the county.
Mr. Chair, I did get that now, and if I might respond, and Commissioner Mulbar, you are absolutely correct. I don't want to say that I know more than anybody on this board, but I am very much involved with all of our issues that we're dealing with human services, with the people that have drugs. I mean, the spousal child abuse thing that's going on, and it is escalating. We're a growing county, our population is growing, the need for these facilities has never been greater. And no, I do see it, and I think the rest of our county board is going to see it as well. And I wish this commission, you've all got your pack. I got that board packet 4 days ago. If you didn't read through it in 4 days, then I don't know. I'm really upset with this board right now for not moving this on. And I will express my frustration at the county board meetings.
Mr. Chair, this is Ken. May I speak?
Yes, Ken, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I did read through the packet for several hours when I got it last weekend. I read through it again last night till about midnight. I read up to the very last minute today. Last minute flood of information that came in. So I'm a little frustrated with this, that we're looking at something here that affects the whole county. And there's no dispute, as Mr. Burrell stated, that this sort of facility is required in an ever-growing Wright County. I do, however, look at some of the support letters I received in the packet, and I noticed that, well, gee, all these facilities are what I think are more appropriate place. Big cities, in other words, or larger cities that have city sewer and water. They have readily available fire and safety and health authorities that can respond. Now, out in the rural areas of Wright County, I'm sure we've got a great law enforcement system out here, health system, but sometimes minutes can make a difference. My concern is that, well, if you want a facility out here, which I'm certainly in agreement we need somewhere, why are they not more appropriately placed within a city? When you've got sewer and water, you've got the fire and city, and you've got paved roads. Like I say, minutes could make a difference. So I think we need a little bit more time to make a more informed decision on this item, because it's countywide. We're talking about rural areas, not within the cities. I noticed that, even one of the cities within our county, Howard Lake, I believe it was, said they would welcome a 25,000 square foot facility such as Minnesota Teen and Adult Challenge. And, well, fine, that's great. Why don't, maybe perhaps the applicant should be looking at locating within incorporated municipalities within the county. That would be great. I mean, that would seem to me to be a more appropriate location for this sort of entity or enterprise. So anyway, that's about the extent of my concerns. I did have some other observations that if this is continued, I'll bring those up at another matter at another time, and I won't take up more of your time. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you. Charlie?
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Yeah, and Commissioner Fowler, why don't you make a motion to deny this so we can move this on? Because I don't know what other information that you are going to gather in the next 2 weeks, 3
Chair,
weeks,
I
a month.
can't hear. Charlie has been cutting out for about his last 3 responses. Mr. Burrell, could you please repeat your question?
It wasn't really a question. What I said, Kim, is why don't you make a motion then to deny the application? Because I said I do not know the information you're going to gather in the next day, week, or month to help you make up your mind. I just think you know everything that's out there right now. And I guess, so make a motion to deny it if that's the way you're thinking.
All right, anybody else that would like to comment?
Mr. Chair?
Janice?
Mr. Chair?
Oh, Janice?
Yeah. Would it be appropriate for me to make a motion to disapprove this? Because I would be willing to make that motion.
You can make it a motion whenever you like.
Commissioner Thompson, that motion would be in order if you wanted to do that, Jim.
Yes. I would make a motion then to disapprove the request to,
Yes.
change our zoning ordinance.
All right, I have a motion on the floor to send the recommendation to disapprove. Do I have a second?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, I'm going to second that motion.
All right, I have a motion made and seconded. Is there any other discussion? Ken, did you have any discussion?
Well, I'm still of the belief we need to gather more information on this. This is a rather hasty decision. I never dreamed that we would be making such a momentous decision today, either up or down. So in that respect, I'm not sure where I'm going to go with this and with my vote. With my inclination to want more information, I would hope that this motion would be withdrawn. If they're adamant about making it, well then perhaps Mr. Burrell is correct, and I could not support locating or changing the zoning ordinance countywide in the rural areas as it was spelled out today by the applicant.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. For...
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Yes, Janice?
Well, that's exactly what I'm trying to accomplish here. And is that I don't think that this is the time and the place to even consider. The motion to change our whole ordinance to satisfy one individual doesn't make any sense to me.
Janice?
So I would ask.
The motion you made was to send disapproval to the county commissioners. You didn't make a motion to continue. So, and Charlie seconded that motion.
You're absolutely correct. I did not want to continue. I just want to deny the request.
Okay, then we just have to clarify. Commissioner Malmberg.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not thrilled that we're here at the point of voting on a motion before I have the opportunity to ask a question of the applicant, to have them answer the question that I have under the ordinance. And so if I'm put in a position where I have to vote up or down to approve or deny, as I look at the standard that we have, I'm going to have to vote in favor of a motion that recommends denial, but I've not given the applicant the opportunity to tell me why that would be wrong.
Correct.
That's my observation. I'm frustrated that we're voting at this point.
And I guess I understand, or I don't understand, Mr. Burrell's or Commissioner Burrell's frustrations with this board. I don't know, on a situation like this where we're changing an ordinance, where you're at, Charlie, in wanting it approved or disapproved today. I mean, this is difficult to do. We're changing an ordinance, and in the past, I don't remember us ever doing it in one sitting. That's kind of where I'm frustrated, just like Commissioner Malmberg is I'm not saying this is a bad ordinance, but I'd like some time to be able to get through testimony. I mean, we had a packet to read, but we also heard a lot of testimony today. So we're supposed to make that decision on the testimony we heard today and make a decision. You go to court and juries go sit for hours and hours and hours and deliberate. And we're supposed to make this in an hour and a half, 2 hours, and make a decision that will change the county ordinance that could bring in any number of potential facilities here in existing buildings. We've had a school come in Corinna Township that we had to work through. It's an existing thing, and we had to work through those ordinances. I mean, this is changing for Wright County, and I don't deny there is a strong need for rehab type things. Teen Challenge, it's not an issue of Teen Challenge. It is a county, and are we writing the ordinance correctly? Are we covering what needs to be covered to be able to protect the Wright County citizens, to be able to protect ag land, to be able to protect whatever needs to be protected? Maybe we have a building here in 1 year that's going to be vacant. Maybe a facility like that can walk right in here. You have large rooms, you have recreational rooms, you have a facility in 1 year in Buffalo that will be available for something like this. I mean, it's not like there's not opportunities within the state of Minnesota, within Wright County, that they couldn't relocate. I mean, I know where the vote is. I know I have a motion on the floor. But I really don't want to make that decision today, because I may recommend to have the ordinance. But right now, I'm with some of the other commissioners. I don't know if I can vote the right way. But we're here. I have a motion. Mr. Malmberg?
I just have one other question, which is, I don't even know which language is the subject of the motion. Is it the language that includes the limitation about buildings existing as of the effective date of the ordinance, which was proposed by the applicant, but I don't think is in the motion, or sorry, the text of the amendment as originally proposed? So at a minimum, I'd like to hear from Commissioner Thompson about which language she is recommending us to deny, so that if we vote now to do this, it's at least clear at the county level what language we told them we liked or did not like.
Okay. Was that Greg?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Sean.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Sean.
And Greg can chime in here. The notice on all publications and most sensitive neighbors is the original language. My interpretation, without discussion and direction from the Planning Commission in a motion that directed us to modify that with additional language, you would be voting on the notice language that has been received.
Read that, Chuck. What you're suggesting?
The proposal is to add a definition for treatment and recovery facility with certain standards that went out on the notice. Maybe you can help Greg here, but my interpretation is a motion would be on that proposed language, as the Planning Commission did not discuss or direct us to add any additional language.
Yes, Sean, you would be correct. Right now, the motion before the board, or the ordinance amendment before the board has not been amended at this point in time. So, Jan's motion is to just deny what the applicant submitted, or recommend that it be denied what the applicant submitted.
Yeah.
All right, is there any other discussion? There's no other discussion. We'll do a roll call vote, starting with Commissioner Bravender.
Bravender votes aye.
Next. Charlie?
What is the vote?
we're voting on your motion. Yeah.
I don't think she heard the answer, Dan. What did Dan Bravender respond?
Aye.
Aye.
Right, and Ken Brown.
Charlie?
And what did Ken Felger?
He hasn't voted yet. You're next. Or Ken? Ken?
I'm not seeing it pop up right now. Why don't we get the rest of the roll call?
Okay. Charlie?
Mr. Chair, I need more time to get quiet on that. I need more time. I gotta think about it.
All right. Janice?
So where are we? Where are we now?
You're voting.
So muddled. Yes, who voted what? I want to know.
Right now, it's your vote. The only one that's voted is Dan Bravender with yes.
He voted yes, that we should just deny this request, period.
Yes, that was your motion.
My motion.
Yes.
Sorry about my motion. Bring me the motion. I want the motion read.
Your motion was to just refer to the county board for denial.
I didn't say anything in my motion about the county board at all. This was for us to decide today, and it's for us to decide if we want to approve this or disapprove it. And I want the planning commission to disapprove it, period.
Yes, so you need to vote on your motion.
Can I try?
Yeah, go ahead.
Commissioner Thompson, the question that's before us is about our recommendation to the county commission. Your motion is that we as a group recommend that the county commission deny the request for a text amendment, and it's your turn to vote on that recommendation.
I vote yes.
Okay, and
Yes, Sean?
Ken Felger just called me. His computer crashed. He voted yes on the motion to deny the text amendment request.
Okay.
I have a very frustrated yes vote.
Okay. And that leaves you, Charlie.
I didn't hear the last vote after Ken. Well, I can't after Ken, I should say.
Ken voted yes, and Commissioner Malmberg voted disappointing yes. Frustrated yes. So, it's your vote.
So then the motion is going past.
Yeah.
And did you vote yes, Mr. Chair?
No, I'm the chairman. I wait for you.
Okay, I'm gonna vote no. It looks like we have both votes already.
That's
I'm gonna just abstain. How about that? I'm gonna abstain.
This is the biggest political ploy in.
All right. I'm voting my conscience. I'm going to vote no. So, motion passes 4-1 with Charlie Burrell abstaining. All right. Motion.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Sean.
Mr. Chair, yes, let me quickly explain to the public that's still in attendance. The Planning Commission has made a recommendation to deny the request for the text amendment to the county board 4-1. The Planning Commission closed the public hearing. This was the public hearing. The record, all this information of the decision or the recommendation will be provided to the county board for them to act on the recommendation at a regularly scheduled meeting of the county board.
All right. Thank you, Sean.
a
We-
chairman's break?
Yes, we are going to take a 5-minute chairman's recess now. Order.
There you go, Ken.
So, number 2 is Wayne and Lori Steffens. And I was just, correct me, Sean, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Planning Commission, I want to ask if anybody has joined this item to ask for the Wayne and Lori's. Anybody for Wayne and Lori Steffens? Okay, so Chair, this item needs to be continued until the January meeting.
All right.
The information we need for the subdivision.
All right. Dan Bravender has made a motion to continue it to the January meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Pat Malmberg. Pat has seconded. Is there any discussion? If there's no discussions, all those in favor, starting with the roll call vote with Commissioner Bravender.
Bravender votes aye.
Felger, aye.
Aye.
Mall aye. Motion carries. All right. Number 3 on the agenda is Joe Bolant. Go ahead, Sean.
Is the applicant in the room?
No, he is not.
I'll go double check, but
We will double check.
wasn't anybody.
Took off.
Well, I'm not sure if he's through WebEx either.
Three.
We have a lot of chairs on the atrium, so people, it might be hard to find them.
As of right now, we are not finding them.
Mr. Riley, it's Jim Price. Quick question. Did you mute quite a few of these other people that are on the call as call-in users? There's a lot of feedback.
Yeah, I see most people are muted, and Ken, do you have a different setting for some reason after you rebooted?
I don't know, because I am getting a great deal of feedback.
I can give you the numbers of the people that are on the call. User 10, 12, 18, 24, all are unmuted, and there's a lot of feedback.
Yeah, since we didn't have that before. Can I ask everybody to mute yourself until you're going to speak? I can mute all, but then that leaves you in a position, if you don't know that, of having to unmute yourself. I prefer if you would control it. Mute and unmute as you speak. Thank you.
So, do we have the applicant here for item 3, Joe Blant?
I'm worried it's yours, Ken. I'm going to mute you. So you'll have to unmute to talk, but I'm going to mute you and see what happens. There you go.
Hello?
We're here, Jan.
Sean, should we?
I'm a little worried that was you, Ken, for some reason when you rebooted, but we'll work through it. Just leave yourself muted until you have a comment. Thank you.
Okay, Sean?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yes?
Should we push this one back and see if
Yeah, we
they,
should continue it if nobody's there. I don't want to say the end of the meeting, but let's just continue it.
let's just continue until either they come.
This is Jeff. I'm gonna back out of this meeting and start all over. And I think it's me that's causing their problem.
I think it is, Ken, so you might be on like double speaker or something.
I think I am.
Okay, try again.
All right, let's move on to William Fisher.
So do we want action or just lay it on the end of the agenda?
Lay it towards the end, or we'll fit it in if they do. We'll fit it in between.
So, Fisher. Don't think anybody's here, but I'll check for Fisher's.
Bill, are you online?
I am here, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Do you have anybody representing the request with you also online, do you know?
I don't know if Ian is online or not.
Okay, we can proceed either way, I think. Mr. Chair, this item.
Online as well.
Okay, this item was continued for staff to put together a motion consistent with your discussion at the last meeting and consistent with the original motion for the land alteration to build the house and address stormwater. We have that in your packet. I sent it to Ian and Mr. Fisher for their review. Perhaps the biggest issue might be the timing of the project. We've got it drawn up assuming that the permit and the construction will start next year.
Okay. Do you want to add anything to that, Bill?
No, not unless any board members have any questions or anything. Is what it is.
Bill, your plan is to follow through and obtain a building permit, start the project, and essentially have it completed 2021?
Yeah, my plan is this is signed and approved today. It's like tomorrow I'm going to St. Michael, I have to get the permit for that sewer system out there first, or I get the building permit. Yeah, have everything in place, and that depending on spring or whatever, whether we can start before road restrictions or right after, but yeah. Yeah.
So if that plays out, I think we're good on our motion, Mr. Chair. If not, I guess we'll have to revisit it again as we have in the past.
All right. Commissioner Bravender?
I have a question for the applicant. So in the motion, it's to be completed by October 31st of 2021. Is that sufficient for you?
As far as the water swale and the asphalt on that all is going in all right as foundation and everything. That part would be done. As far as complete build on the house, we not, but I don't think that pertains to it, right?
So the priority is the foundation, the stormwater controls, the engineered plan and as such.
Yep.
We do have completion of the project 31st of 2021. So if you're wanting some more time for the finishing of the actual house, we would want to address that today.
Yeah, because that's the case, because I know people have been building this year because of COVID, because trusses and floor trusses, roof trusses, building materials, their bills have turned into 6, 8, could be 10 months on some of these homes that were done this year, and could be in that same point next year. So as far as the home being finished and complete, yeah, that could run into 2022.
So, Mr. Chair, I have a recommendation. The main requirement is by December 1st of 2021, the engineered stormwater controls, the concrete work, essentially the foundation of the house is done. And we also have a condition bill that will issue a permit so you can do the footing and foundation work. But the stormwater controls are supposed to be in place and done and verified. before the rest of the house moves forward.
Correct. And the way I heard it is that we could begin framing on the foundation, but we won't be able to get framing inspection until we have the as-built.
Well, it says, yes, it says no framing is permitted to be completed. Framing doesn't take that long. So, do we have an interpretation of a few weeks? Yes, but the intent is the foundation, the cement work, the floor, all the stormwater control plan is supposed to be in place before
we have riprap, we have that sediment area of that and additional rock, and that's gonna depend on, weather and different things like that. So that whole part of the whole rock, so that whole water from where it enters my property, to what exits the lake has all is complete, the matting put down, and whatever, and all the grades shot for the as-built. So I figured that stuff would get done at the same time like framing was getting done on the house, and that we have to have that as-built, and we have to have that okay, soil and water, we have those things to get that to you before we can get framing inspection.
So, Mr. Chair, I think we're in the ballpark. If this plays out as we're describing, I think we'll get the substance of what's needed next year and have it verified. So perhaps on number 9, we strike construction completed by October 31st of next year.
Okay.
That sounds good.
All right. Is there any other discussion? If there's no other discussion, do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll make that motion.
All right, go ahead.
You have to read all this?
You can make
Mr.
reference.
Chair, I would suggest we make a motion requiring conditions 1 through 10 as laid out in the final staff report and submitted to the applicant are met, with the modification of condition 9, the last sentence is removed.
Yep, that's my motion.
All right, I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion. Commissioner Momberg made the second. Is there any other discussion? There's no other discussion? Roll call vote, starting with Commissioner Bravender.
Bravender votes aye.
Felder votes aye.
Burrell votes aye.
Counselor votes no.
Mulver votes aye.
Mal votes aye. Motion carries. So there you go, Mr. Fisher. Try to please get it done.
Oh, man, it will be done.
All right.
It's been a long time, so.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on, number 5 to Kyle Ashwell. Is he online, Sean, or do you think he's here?
Ashwell.
Sean, do you have him online?
Kyle Axwell?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm on the phone here.
Okay. Sean, do you want to take this one? Sean?
I'm sorry, my mic was off.
Okay.
The public hearing on this item has been closed. The item was continued for staff to craft a motion consistent with the discussion at the last planning commission meeting. It got a little bit hairy back and forth on a number of events and times. So read the suggested motion. I'm pretty confident you had talked about having 3 events between the dates of March 15th and November 15th. I think we had agreed on the hours of 10 to 4. And then there was discussion on how long each training session was going to be. We found references to 3 days. And then there was also discussion on what days it was going to take place. Our impression was that it was on the weekdays.
Would that be correct, Kyle?
Yeah, weekdays are correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right.
How many days for each training session were you leaving us at, Kyle?
I was hoping for three sessions at 5 days each. Originally, or after the last meeting.
So, Mr. Chair, Planning Commission, I'm not sure if we had the duration of each training session nailed down. I think we were 3 total during the weekdays, 10 to 4 during that time period, and 15 people being trained. But it sounds like we have to resolve the number of days for each session.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Brown. Hey, I remember the other 5 days. That was my recollection.
Okay, thank you, Charlie.
For 3 days.
Yep, okay, Pat?
My recollection was we were going to limit it down to 3 sessions at 5 days, and as I look back at the minutes, obviously I haven't listened to the recording, but the last entry that I see on number of days is minute paragraph K, which talks about 15 days, which would be the 3 5-day sessions.
And that's what I recall also. Commissioner Bravender?
I wasn't at that meeting.
Hold on, Commissioner Bravender has the floor.
I wasn't at that meeting.
Okay, thank you.
I wasn't at that meeting. I was sick that time, but reading through the minutes, you know, I'm noting the same thing that Commissioner Malberg's noticed, that it went to 3 days, 3 weeks, but I can't figure out where the discussion brought it to that point. Because everything I read in the minutes said 3 weeks, 5 days.
Yeah.
So that was my observation of reading the minutes.
Right. Ken? Ken, did you have something to add?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I did not hear a word that Commissioner Malberg had stated. Did you recap that, or could he re-express his verbiage on what he had responded to?
Commissioner Felger, what I had stated was that my recollection was we were talking about 3 sessions per season at 5 days per session, and that my reading, or my memory was consistent with what I see in the minutes, but for the last entry about what staff was directed to do. So as I sit here, I am at 3 sessions, 5 days, as otherwise limited.
Did you get that, Ken?
Yes, that's somewhat similar to my recollection to Commissioner Malberg. I was kind of in between 3 and 4, I think, is what I had suggested at the time, but I know that the applicant, Mr. Ashwell, had agreed to somewhere in that vicinity, and not the 5 as stated.
Okay.
Make sense?
Is there any other discussion? Charlie?
Can I comment?
Charlie?
Mr. Chair, it's just that I said just that I remember it being 5 days 3 sessions of 5 days.
Okay. Yes, Kyle, you have a comment?
Yeah, that's what I remember discussing, because 25 days seemed too much for the neighbors, and it seemed that it would be somewhat acceptable at 15 days throughout the course of the summer, spring, summer, and fall.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion here, or are we ready for a motion?
Motion.
Commissioner Bravender will make a motion.
I would like to have a chance to speak, Mr. Chair, before taking this.
Okay, Janice?
I still would like to have number 5, the township reviews in here for compliance. I don't think that's what I would be comfortable with. I think that we should have some wording in there that if the township isn't happy with what's going on, that it really be referred back to the planning commission.
Normally what we've always done is had the townships review it, and then if there is an issue, then it does come back to the county. But that way that they have local control and the township has a say in what's going on to work through it.
I appreciate that, and I go along with that, but I just would like the minutes to clearly reflect that language then.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Bravender.
I'd like to make a motion to approve a conditional use permit for a commercial outdoor recreation to operate a public motocross track with the following conditions. Number 1, the use is for training purposes only and no races or competition is allowed under the CUP. The applicant would need to reapply to add any type of additional activities. Number 2, 3 training sessions between March 15th and November 15th are allowed between the hours of 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. on each training session can last up to 5 days to be held during the weekdays. Number 3, the number of participants cannot exceed 15 people. Number 4, no overnight camping is allowed. And number 5, the township reviews in a year for compliance.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair. This is Ken.
Yes, thank you, Ken. I have a motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? If not, we'll...
I just want to make sure that,
Go ahead, Janice.
I just want to make sure that the minutes reflect that what we discussed about this township and compliance and coming back to the county board.
Okay. I have a motion. Is there any other discussion?
Oh, yeah.
All right, roll call vote, starting with Commissioner Bravender.
Bravender votes aye.
Felder votes aye.
Ralph votes aye.
Thompson votes aye.
Mulberg votes aye.
Maul votes aye. Motion carries. Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
Number 6 on our agenda. Yes, Sean.
Mr. Chair, before I forget, item number 3 called in, he needs to be continued, Mr. Boliot.
Okay.
So that needs to be continued to the January meeting.
Can we put that at the end of the agenda, being it's just a continuation?
We can, just so I don't want to forget.
I can move now too.
Oh, well, okay. We'll take it right now.
I'm going to move to continue the Belant item to the January meeting.
I'll second that.
Motion made and seconded to continue item number 3, Joe Blount. Is there any discussion? If there's no discussion, roll call vote, starting with Commissioner Bravender.
Bravender votes aye.
Felder votes aye.
Ralph votes aye.
Thompson votes aye.
Mulberg votes aye.
Mal votes aye. Motion carries. We'll continue to the next meeting. So, moving on to number 6 would be Mary Gauger.
Mr. Chair, I believe they have both, we have Mr. Otto and the owner of by WebEx.
Okay?
This is Mary Jo Loge. I'm here.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, this item was continued for a site inspection. The discussion, question in front of you is to rezone the property. Again, it's not in the land use plan. So the discussion about preparing it and suited for development is in play here. It'll be a recommendation to the county board.
All right. Does the applicant want to add anything?
Paul Otto here, Mr. Chair. No, I think Sean covered it pretty well. You all saw the site. You can see what we're kind of looking at and what we want to do. Just a reminder, the highway department has approved the accesses as well as the township has approved. Thank you.
All right. Sean, do we have anybody from the public that would like to comment?
I am not aware of anybody, but I would suggest we just open it up. Is there anybody from the public wanting to make comment on this item?
All right. We're back to the commission here. Does anybody have any?
Mr. Chair, this is Ken.
Yes, Ken.
I have a question of Mr. Otto, if I may, please.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Otto, when we're out there, you were discussing the driveway approach. I think it's on lot number 1, in other words, the most easterly parcel. Was that to enter onto County Road 37 or 6? I think there's a little bit of land between the subject party and County Road 6. Is that correct? And where again is the driveway for the first lot?
Yeah, Mr. Planning Commission member, so where we all parked when we were out there, so basically the common lot line between lots 1 and 2 is, pretty close to where the access will be off of 37. So it'll be, just a little bit to the east of the common lot line between the two.
And that was roughly at the field entrance, so to speak, where we parked?
That's correct.
And then what about that lot furthest to the east, or isn't there one? Is there one more lot further to the east?
No,
Okay, so then there's one more lot further to the west then, that enters obviously onto 37.
correct. That would be a shared access with those two lots.
Is that legal? I mean, is that something that's standard in the county to have shared accesses?
It is, Jan, in this circumstance, if it's guided by the highway department.
Okay, Mr. Chair, this is Ken again.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm now looking at the concept plan. Lot number 3, Mr. Otto, where is the entrance for that?
Let me see, lot number 3, is that the westerly one? I just closed my eyes.
That's the easterly one.
Easterly one, so the easterly one, yeah, so that's gonna be just inside the west property line of lot 3.
Okay, very well, thank you. On to 37 now.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Is there any other comments here from the board? I guess we're looking at a situation of rezoning this, and it's in the land use plan for agriculture. The one thing that makes it unique is the size of the field or what they're looking at for property, but it's also the lake shore. Otherwise, for me personally, I have a real challenge with the ordinance and changing if it's not in the land use plan. But being this one is, you know, along water, and as lakes and water continues to develop in Wright County, I can go along with the proposal.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Ed.
So for you, I'm always interested in this
Yeah.
one. For you, the issue here is you see some level of especially suited for residential development because the size of the parcel is not, large enough as an independent unit for agricultural purposes.
Correct. It's sandwiched in between a county road, and it is also waterfront to the south or the north. So it's not a large tract of land by any means. It's off to the side of the farm. And I guess that's where I can find justification for doing it. And if you look at the property the way it is, there's a lot of corners in it, a lot of difficulties to farming it, put it that way. But it can be done. It has been being done.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Ken.
you were responding to an individual that was speaking. I could not hear that individual. Could you recap what was either stated or questioned or inquired about?
Commissioner Felger, that was Commissioner Malberg asking the same questions that I always ask on these applications, which is what Commissioner Mole sees here about this being especially suited for residential development. And that was it.
Thank you.
Is there any other comments here from the board?
Mr. Chair, this is Ken.
Yes, Ken.
I would like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
All right, I would move for approval of rezoning to the County Board of Commissioners from Ag, General Agriculture, and S2 Residential Recreation Shorelands to R-2A Suburban Residential and S2, because the board feels it meets the criteria laid out in the land use plan and the town board approves.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Do we have any more discussion? Any more discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Charlie.
Mr. Chair. Well, I spent most of my time reading about the ordinance change, so I'm a little bit behind on this here one, but I guess I'll go anyway, never mind.
Okay, thank you, Charlie. All right, if we have no more discussion, roll call vote, starting with Commissioner Bravender.
Bravender votes aye.
Felger votes aye.
Brown votes aye. Brown votes aye.
Yes.
Thompson votes aye.
Malberg votes no.
Mall votes yes. Aye. Motion carries. All right, we'll move on to,
We have to do a second motion on that?
Yeah, for the CUP.
yeah, do we have a second motion on it?
I'll make that motion.
Go ahead, Dan.
I'll make the motion.
Do we have any, I'm sorry to interrupt, do we have any put on a date, Paul?
Yes, on this one, we should be ready to go for the January meeting. We've already got somebody working on some of so.
Thank you.
Okay. I make a motion the subdivision portion of the request should be continued for the county board to act on the rezoning and for the applicant to obtain the required information for subdivision.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? There's no discussion. Roll call vote, starting with Commissioner Bravender.
Bravender votes aye.
Felger votes aye.
Brown votes aye.
Thompson votes aye.
Malberg votes aye.
Mall votes aye. Motion passes. Continue it to next meeting for the subdivision portion. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, number 7 is Buffalo Lake LLC. Sean, are they online?
Yeah, well, we need to continue it, I'm just making sure, I think Paul left and the request is to continue it till the January hearing. Is that correct, Paul?
Yes, I'm sorry, I forgot that Stacy and I already talked about this, I thought we already passed it, so I jumped out.
That's fine, I just wanted to make sure I saw your name still there, so.
We can continue to the January meeting, we're waiting for the township to get town road, specifications in order before we can do our plans, for them to review and provide comments, so possibly it might end up pushing to February as well, but.
Okay, thank you. So do I have a motion to continue?
I make a motion to continue the hearing until January 14th, 2020.
2021. Motion made and seconded.
Who is the second?
Give it to Charlie.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If I could, Sean, we have a 1599 waiver, right? I assume we do, but I didn't see it noted in the staff report. I'm going to quick skim through it.
I'm gonna have to dig here. Greg, if we don't, I would request Paul and the applicant, we will send you over later so you can sign that.
Yeah, we have one.
Signed one at the last time, and so, but if you need another one, it's not a problem.
I just couldn't remember if that was a continuation request or a waiver.
No.
I'll verify that.
It's a continuation.
It's a,
Yeah, Paul, I'm seeing a continuation request in the packet, not a waiver of 1599, the time limits.
Okay, that's fine, yeah, just get that over to me, my client has no problem with that.
I know where you work.
all right.
We're pretty close to you, yeah.
All right. We have a motion on continuing for the subdivision portion. Roll call vote with starting with Commissioner Bravender.
Bravender votes aye.
Felder votes aye.
Charlie?
Roll votes aye.
Council votes aye.
Malberg's aye.
Maul is aye. Motion carries. We will continue it.
So, Mr. Chair, this is Ken.
Yes, Ken?
Could I have a minute, please? I gotta go in the other room.
Yeah, we'll give you a couple of minutes. Let us know when you're back, please.
All right.
We'll proceed now, Sean, with the Solar LLC.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this item was continued for a site inspection. Just 1 second.
Okay, good.
We got a township response form in this week. Okay, it's the last 2 pages of this item. It's the one before the next request, township site form. I just wanted to make sure you have a reference to where that is. And I want to make sure the applicant's present. Who do we have online for this request? Landowner?
Oh, I'm here. Kobayashi with US Solar. And I believe we also have David Watts with US Solar.
And Brett, are you here from the township? Back on. Just wanted to make sure you were here. So, the site inspection was done. The preliminary staff report essentially has a recommended motion if approval is in order that covers the standard issues from this type of solar garden. The township response was put in this week, and we won't necessarily, or we're not able to address all those issues. That'll be up to the planning commission. The township is present, so I'll turn it over to the chair and the applicant.
All right, thank you, Sean. Would the applicant like to, any comments or anything at this time?
Yes, I will have some comments made. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing us to present our proposed project with you. I know it's been a long meeting so far, and we still have plenty of agenda items, so I just want to go through some of the crucial items that were brought up since the site visit and some of those township comments. And you know, my name is Kobayashi, and I am a project developer with Solar. Johannesburg now with David Watts, who is our manager of development. Today we're here to discuss the application of the 1 megawatt community solar garden on approximately 7.58 acres owned Very Qual. I want to touch on a few topics and address questions from the Planning Commission, Township, and the community. First, I'd like to present our additional information about the surety. The financial surety amount proposed in our application, $35,497, was calculated using the decommissioning financial surety from Minnesota Solar, CSG 5 LLC, another project that was previously permitted with the county. The cost is proportionate to the amount of equipment and land use. So we calculated the cost per module of the Minnesota Solar, CSG 5 LLC, and applied that amount to the amount of modules at US Solar LLC. US Solar will have significantly less equipment to decommission and significantly less land to restore. The previous cost per module is applied to Quail, and the appropriate surety amount is calculated to be $35,497. It is worth noting that the salvage value is expected to greatly exceed the cost. And there is a financial incentive to decommission the site at the end of the project. However, this financial surety provides an extra layer of security that the solar garden site will be returned to the appropriate condition at the end of the project. Wright County, or the landowner, will be the designated beneficiary of the fund, and the landowner will be provided a copy of the document, thereby satisfying the obligation for construction commencement. At this time, we can refer to the tables provided in your packets from that new information submitted today. That shows a itemized cost breakdown. The total salvage value is estimated to be $22,353. Per the ordinance,
We then multiplied the amount by 150%.
Okay, yeah, I just, called the, Christmas card.
Charlie, Charlie, can you mute it?
Can you mute all of that? Maybe the applicant can unmute. Okay, good. Hello? I didn't know. There, I think I took care of it. Go ahead, sir.
Great, thank you. So for the ordinance, we then multiply the amount by 150% to achieve the total value of $32,530. Financial surety amount proposed in our application is slightly higher at $35,497 because our financial surety exceeds the 150% threshold and exceeds the cost per mile of previously approved projects in Wright County. We have exceeded the ordinance requirements. And next, we'd like to talk about landscape screening. But we understand and appreciate that many communities have landscape screening that provides an effective visual buffer from neighboring residences and public roads. In addition to meeting those needs, our landscape screening is designed to fit with the neighborhood and benefit the local environment. During the site visit, neighbors are still very concerned about the visual impact of the project. To help mitigate those concerns, we created a screening plan that effectively screens the project. This plan includes a 30-foot shift of the premises to the east towards Isle Avenue to make room for more and better landscape screening. Additionally, we have replaced the row of elderberry with a row of Black Hill spruce, which is much larger, thicker, and more effective tree for screening. It is considered gold standard for screening for preventive visits. This plan now includes an estimated 28 Black Hill spruce and 56 nannyberry. The nannyberry is a quick-growing tree that will establish a visual buffer early, while the Black Hill spruce continues to grow. The new screening plan and shift on the premises area will effectively buffer projects from the neighbors to the west. Again, the new landscape screening is part of the materials that Sean pointed out to you earlier. Drainage. Based on an extensive study of topography, hydrology, and soil conditions, the site is suitable for the planned development. That's management practices, erosion control measures, and more are being implemented to prevent any adverse impacts to the neighboring properties. Payment will be provided through the disconnection of impervious surfaces as well as an on-site treatment basin. Runoff from the panels and gravel access roads will be allowed to sheet flow across the newly established perennial vegetation. The proposed project will maintain existing drainage patterns. An infiltration basin will treat the stormwater runoff volumes as required by the FDCA. In addition, any drain valve on site will be protected or replaced in order to provide proper drainage to the site. The permanent infiltration basin of 2,613 cubic feet the northern side of the project is designed to prevent runoff. Based on the drainage patterns of this field, an ideal location because it will maintain the existing drainage flow path. Important to note that this site will improve the water runoff, especially once perennial vegetation has been established. The named perennial vegetation proposed for this project is long root depths, which reduces runoff compared to row crops by 23%. Throughout the process, we have listened to the public input and made applicable changes. However, I would still like to respond to proposed conditions from my fellow comments. Number 1, establish overall water management plan for the entire property on which the proposed solar garden is located, parcel ID. This project is already required to follow state laws and obtain all permits related to stormwater runoff and water management. Number 2, request that the complete project be moved to the east and constructed near Isle Avenue working to the west to maximize the setback property from the west property line. Our proposed plan shows a shift of 30 feet to the east to create a large buffer from the west property line. This project cannot move further east because of the shape of the building. Please note that the current location exceeds all setback lines. Number 3, request that area between the west property line and any fence
panels remain free of any future outbuildings and be designated as an area for future screening if needed or remain in agricultural crop production. The only located to the west of our fence line will be the landscape buffer. This area is subject to setback requirements that would prohibit any buildings anyways. Number 4, establish appropriate setbacks minimum 50 feet for any required holding ponds associated with the proposed solar garden. Said ponds shall not be located on property lines and shall work properly in accordance with the overall water management plan. We've had the township has taken an active role in permitting this project, and the process has been improved based on conflict. However, it's important to remember that the authorities over this matter are the MPCA and the Wright County Soil and Water, and not the township. We will build the project using the best management practices and erosion control measures in accordance with the requirements of the MPCA and the Wright County Soil and Water. Number 5, propose series of shallow swales on contour at multiple elevations of the property to hold water on the property, allowing it to be absorbed on site. As stated previously, our drainage plan is developed in accordance with and vetted by the MPCA. Number 6, establish appropriate in between the proposed solar garden and adjacent property owners. Recommend improvement to the screening by moving it further east and increasing the height of the screening as this trees that reach maturity last time. As discussed above, we already did move V8 to the east and increase the landscape screening. Number 7, request that screening on the west line be placed near the west side of the constructed panels away from the property line. Request that screening materials on the west project be tall enough to effectively screen vision from the home of the neighbors to the west. Again, the new site plan was designed with these concerns in mind. Number 8, establish plan for regular vegetation and weed control on seasonal basis. We will follow this as a condition of the CUP. Number 9, allow annual review for the township at least the first 5 years after the proposed solar farm becomes operational. We will follow this as a condition of the CUP. And number 10, establish a deposit escrow surety bond in the amount of $25,000 to cover costs for unforeseen problems that occur within the first 5 years after the proposed solar farm becomes operational. After 5 years, any remaining funds belonging to the developer/company that establishes the escrow must be accessible by the township county for issues related to the solar project as determined by the township county, including to but not limited to off-site cleanup due to weather damage, construction, water management on neighboring properties, additional screening, etc. The developer's agreement is required by the county, which includes a financial surety. The separate township security is unnecessary because we are subject to operating conditions of the permit. There's already a financial surety in place with the county. This is the very purpose of the conditional use permit. In order to avoid our permit being terminated, we must meet conditions, one which specifically addresses the stormwater management project. In conclusion, we comply with all ordinance requirements and have done everything possible to bring benefits to the community without harming its rural character. At this time, we would respectfully request a recommendation of approval to CP from the Planning Commission. We'd like to open for questions at this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Sean, do we have anybody from the public?
Mr. Chair, we have the representative from Monticello Township. I'm not aware of any other people online for this request. I would ask that you speak up now if you're interested in the solar farm request in Monticello Township.
Does the township representative want anything to say?
There's a couple things I can probably speak to.
Can you give your name for the record, please?
Brett Volker, Supervisor, Monticello Township. So we've struggled with trying to manage some of these proposals and have moved forward with them in the past, some good, some have had issues. So we continue to try to specifically define up front any potential issues that may present themselves that are unforeseen at the time that we're trying to look into the future. So right now, we find ourselves with another proposal, and the township had a lot of input from landowners that border some of the existing solar farms that have had problems, and then also from landowners that border the one that is proposed. So the recommendations that we provided are consistent with the input from the existing landowners near existing solar farms and landowners that are bordering concerns with regard to the one that's proposed. So I will say that far and away the biggest concern is dealing with water management. And I will agree with Colin that township's not an expert. We're not going to be able to foresee the issues that may happen, and that's evidenced in what happened in the last solar farm that we dealt with. The state put together the plan in conjunction with the county. I personally don't know how they land on that, but the end result of our last one is it didn't work. There were issues. And there was no redress, no ability for the landowner to recover costs that they incurred to try to improve the situation. So our intent here is only to put a position going forward that we don't repeat the mistakes of the past and put the burden on the landowners in the area when there are issues. And I'm not saying that there's going to be issues with this, but no one can sit on either side of this issue and say that there aren't going to be. And with respect to the assurity, I recognize we get a lot of airtime and a lot of discussion about an assurity bond being placed with respect to decommissioning. However, that did nothing for us with our water issue that we had. So I'm concerned that if we don't do something different here, we could be dealing with the same issues we've had in the past. And maybe the county can speak to that a little bit more, and maybe they can handle it with soil and water in conjunction with the state of Minnesota rules. But I can tell you the concept of putting a holding pond right on the property line, as what was done in the past, it doesn't work. There's issues with that. And it's not very challenging to see what those are. And we spent a lot of time going through that, and there was no remedy. It would have been that expensive to fix. So I just, it's a frustrating situation for the township and the township residents. So we're trying to do what we can that makes it right going forward in the event that we have problems.
All right.
Mr. Chair, I guess I'd like to ask, can you tell us what the problem was? Did they change the water flow, or what was the issue?
Yeah, so I think that was Charlie Burrell. You're a little bit broken up, but I believe you asked what were the problems on the previous project. And fundamentally, the problem is pretty clearly defined in that through requirements of the state and or soil and water, they ended up with a holding pond, and the holding pond placement ends up in a place that the water would normally go in that area. However, with a holding pond, you consolidate water in one space, and then you hold it there, and it's held at a water level that's above grade. So what happens is, with that right on the property line, with water held back and stored there, you end up with subsurface water migration in the direction that it would normally flow anyway. And what happens is it stays wet for a long period of time. Whenever there's water in the holding pond, the area around it is wet. Prior to a holding pond, the natural flow of water, it would have went off this property and it goes to this person's land anyway. However, it moves across the surface, it gets to a tile, because it's all egg,
water takes it away, it dries up 3 days later, and it's fine. It's a very simple, it's a very easy to see what happened here, and it's very easy to eliminate by moving the holding pond off the property line.
Exactly, and that's not what they should do, Brent. That was a bad idea. I hope it won't do anything like that on this project. Because my experience with the whole solar field, when you go back to like the grassy vegetation, it actually absorbs more water than it ever would otherwise. You get less runoff, but there's no reason to pool it up and raise the water level and drown people's basements.
Okay, is there anyone else, Sean, from the public?
I have not heard anybody speak up.
All right, we'll bring it back here to the board.
Mr. Chair, if I could just really quick.
Yes, Greg.
I had a comment here, yes, to the financial surety. At this point in time, I don't believe that their proposed $33,000 is going to be approved by the highway engineer. I don't think you can get mobilization for $33,000 to remove a 1 megawatt solar garden out there. So I understand the presentation, I understand the formula, but the highway engineer asked for specific dollars as to how you came up with that. And going back to them with a percentage of what was approved previously, I don't think it's going to pass muster with them. So I think the proposed motion of the board was to approve it. Covers the situation because the highway engineer does have to approve this, but just so the applicants are aware, I don't think $33,000 is sufficient.
Excuse me if I can just hop in here quick on that decommissioning. So this was established at the same percentage as the projects across the street. So we took a look at that and broke it down for the cost per module on that project that was previously approved. So it's that same percentage, not 30% of that project, but that project was a much larger in scale, more panels out there. This one's going to be significant, but as this is, continues to be the first agreement, we are glad to talk to the engineers and find a number that works.
This is David Watts, Mr. Chair, if I could, just one addition. So it's not simply that we took the percentage and that's the whole story. We looked to the ordinance which requires a cost estimate, and so that's what we provided in today's submission to that table that we included as the itemized cost estimate, just a requirement of the ordinance, and then we, as required, multiply that by 1.5. So we believe that we've met the criteria of the ordinance and actually exceeded what's been approved previously in terms of the cost per megawatt or a cost per module. But if there's a different number that the engineer recommends, then of course, as Colin mentioned, we would be able to discuss that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Momberg?
Thanks. Two things. The first, I guess, as I understood Mr. Kobayashi's presentation, and maybe the question is to Greg here, are we preempted from considering where they're placing the holding pond as that's preempted by MPCA regulation and we can't do anything about that, or do we have some ability to control that?
Commissioner Malberg, it's an interesting question that you raised there. I'm not exactly sure that the MPCA would really, the NPDES permit that they probably get for any runoff would regulate it, and it's kind of site dependent. So I'm not an engineer. I guess we have to rely on an engineer looking at the site plan.
Yep. So that,
to say what would work with the runoff permit.
got it. And so that's a fine enough answer. Thanks, Greg. Then I guess the question that I would put over to Colin or David is, we've got stuff in our record that a a similarly placed holding pond on a similar project resulted in the adjacent landowner having to spend their money to deal with water problems that did not exist before then. And as I see that, the remedies are twofold, or the solutions are twofold. One is we either do something to avoid that problem in the first place, or we do something to make sure that if a farmer has to go out and add tile on their property because drainage has been changed, that we're not pulling it out of their pockets. And so I'd be curious to hear, I guess, the project's reaction on that topic.
Would you like to respond?
This is David Locke. I'll take a stab at this, Mr. Chair. So I do want to point out that actually it's been stated, and I don't think it's correct, that there's not any kind of remedy for these landowners, these neighbors. With Minnesota state law, it does have protections for neighbors who face adverse impacts from, adverse water impacts from their neighbors. So that's protection that exists right now. I have seen it exercised in cases where drainage is worsened by the project, solar or not, and the neighbors face some sort of adverse impact. Obviously, I'm probably not going to, this isn't breaking news for anyone, but it was certainly a record-breaking precipitation season. And so while you combine that with the fact that that project's vegetation wasn't established yet, this isn't just been planted, there's more water than there would be in any other event. So whether or not the water of that unrelated conditional use permit was the result of the solar project, I can't say. I didn't measure that, and I'm not sure that it did. But I can say that we've had engineers look at this specific site already, drop the hydrology report, they've begun some of that detailed design. It'll go through the stormwater pollution prevention permit plan, the NPDES permit, through the MPCA, through the Wright County Soil and Water Board. So all of the right people who are experts in this will look at it before it is finalized and constructed.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Sean.
Yeah, a question for David. David, point 4, establish appropriate setbacks 50 feet from the property line for a holding pond. Are you saying it's already been determined that's not possible? That would conflict with the hydrology report?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Riley, I believe all I'm saying is that the current plans that are presented to you today are based on the hydrology report. They're based on field wetland delineation, which, by the way, there's no wetlands on the site. And right now, the basin is closer than 50 feet from the property line, but that is the best location, according to the engineers, for that basin due to the existing geologic patterns and the topography. So if the MPCA or the Wright County Soil and Water Board determine something different, then obviously we'll abide by whatever those requirements are. But as of all the field here that's been done, the engineer's suggestion, that's where the stormwater basin is located.
The water board just doesn't necessarily get involved in a decision here. It's more reviewed by the staff level, and I think the township is asking, can we accomplish both? Can we not have a dug-in pond that water quality is 0 because it has soil in it, with a simple plastic pipe stuck in some rock pointed directly at a neighbor's field, whether the water would go there or not, pre-development. I don't need to walk out on the property pre-development. After it's developed, I think what the township is trying to avoid is a similar pond right along the line with a pipe that has water trickling out onto the neighboring field. Go ahead, I think you're trying to figure out, can we accomplish both?
Okay, I have a question for Mr. Watt. If, are you saying that you're going to be required to put a basin in by somebody? Who is saying that that's required?
Mr. Chair, yeah, I certainly wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't required because it costs money. This is the best practice to maximize the retention, in other words, to minimize the runoff.
Go ahead, Charlie.
Okay, but who's requiring something?
The Minnesota,
Who is requiring?
the state of Minnesota, this is the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency.
Charlie, they're not allowed to increase the stormwater flow onto the neighbor's property. So one of the solutions is a holding pond. Typically in the Walmarts of the world, it'll be collected into a city collection system and not reach its overflow and dump on the neighboring properties.
But Tom, you couldn't find an engineer that says that the surface water flow is going to be more for the solar field. You're growing grass and vegetation all the time. You're not tilling the ground, you're not plowing it up. The water is absorbed into a grass field.
I agree, but the engineering takes that into account. So I agree, but that's taken into account. Water can be a tough one, and I think what the township is asking for, is there a way that, just kind of a common sense or the smell test of, can we not walk out along the property line and see a pond 4 feet from it, filled with water, and a pipe having it empty onto a farmer's field? There must be a way to not.
What department in Minnesota is saying that we need a holding pond?
PCA.
It's not the DNR. Who would be doing it?
What's that?
Never heard of such a state law. Who is enforcing that? Who is making it mandatory?
Well, that's a good question. If it's state law, it would have to be probably a state agency if pushed on it. But the developer is choosing to follow those requirements. We're just trying to do it in a way that it's not perceived, real or not, of impacting the neighbor property line.
Yes, so this is the solution that minimizes runoff to other properties because as Sean has pointed out, we are prohibited from increasing runoff to other properties. The consequence of which would be losing the permit. In other words, losing the well over $1 million investment into this parcel. So it's a pretty strong incentive. And in this case specifically, if you were to move the stormwater pond further away from the property line, it would actually result in more runoff onto that northern property that we're discussing.
So,
and therefore she would flow.
My mic must not be working. Are you saying it's a soil and water order? Who is making you do this? That's what I'm trying to get at. You just say
The MPCA.
What is it?
Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, MPCA. The state agency, Minnesota State Agency, that oversees stormwater runoff as well as other sort of fluid issues. So
Do you believe that the water runoff is going to increase with the solar field? I would say it's going to decrease, and I don't know what engineer you can find to say it's going to increase the water flow.
Right. So, Mr. Chair, I totally agree with the commissioner. In fact, we have scientific evidence that it decreases the runoff by 23%. However, that doesn't change the fact that I am subject to the MPCA requirements, just like every other solar garden in the state of Minnesota, to follow their guidelines, which do include, for this specific case and almost every other one, a stormwater retention basin. That minimizes the runoff to adjacent properties. So anyone who wants to have no runoff to adjacent properties should be a huge fan of stormwater retention basins in this particular application.
Mr. Chair?
Yep. Commissioner Malmberg has the floor. No, just wait. Go ahead.
My understanding of the problem, experienced in connection with the other solar farm that has a similar setup, and maybe it was a horribly wet year and that's what led to it. I'll grant you that, but my understanding is that the question is not one of runoff, but is one of changing the groundwater flow. It is, Mr. Holker, that's the evidence that you've had, right? Supervisor Holker?
Yeah, I didn't quite catch the question.
The problem that the township resident has experienced is not from runoff, but from changing the groundwater flow, right?
Yeah, the problem is that the runoff and the amount of water that comes off that property, we can argue all day whether it's more or less. My guess is it's the same or eventually will be less. The problem is that instead of letting the water run where it's supposed to and get it move, let it move through its normal path, is that we've chosen, and the applicant's right, the MPCA requires this, is we've chosen to implement a holding pond and hold it back. So what happens is that large amount of water, and the holding pond will not hold back every single rain. It still has to have an outlet, but it holds enough depth there that while it's on the property line, everything that is what you would call downstream of that, everything that where the water wants to go anyway, it gets a lot of subsurface migration, and that water, it makes all that land a sponge until it can get to where it normally would evacuate, which is a tile. You know, the property was tiled, you know, probably 200 feet off of the property line on the farmer's property, and it just takes a long time for the water to get there now. Without a holding pond, the water would migrate across a bigger area. It would have found its natural path there. The project that we're talking about, the previous one, hands down would have been night and day better had there been no holding pond at all. Contrary to what MPCA thinks or the applicant, you're not preventing the water from going where it wants to go. All you're doing is changing the amount of time it takes to get there. And slowing it down was a bad thing in this situation. So I don't know, and I'm not going to claim that this is the same thing that's going to happen in this one. But I can just tell you, when you disrupt water flow like that, there's unforeseen things that can happen. And it can actually be worse. So,
Mr. Chair, I want to bring up a new point, which is that the neighboring land that we're talking about, the land to the north here, is owned by Tom Collins. Tom Collins did attend the site visit. He had no concerns about this project. In fact, he supported this project, and in fact, he's kind of a huge fan of solar gardens. He requested to do one with us as well, which didn't work out. But the point being, the neighbor that we're all here, trying to defend, because it's very apparent to me that people on this call care about the community. He isn't worried about that, and he is, in fact, in support of this project.
All right, thank you. Any other comments from board members?
Yeah, I have one more. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Pat.
Mr. Watts, you had talked about the engineering that was done, identified this location as the best location for the holding pond. And my question's probably not going to be very articulate here. The engineering work that was done seems to me is designed to meet this requirement of the MPCA that a lot of the smart folks on this conversation are saying that's a ineffective requirement, but we abide by it the same way we abide by all sorts of stuff the government makes us do. what engineering has been done, if any, that looks at the effects of the slower seepage of the groundwater that Supervisor Holker was talking about, if any?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Before we presented this application, we completed what's known as a basic hydrology report that does consider both sheet flow over the surface as well as groundwater. The typical measures of runoff, yeah, they're the sheet flow version, right? What's actually running over onto the next property, but it is considered in both in terms of topography for groundwater as well as soil conditions, which soils are more hydric, which ones can basically become saturated with more water, and which ones just let water run through them. So all of that was considered. Overall, we are confident that there are not going to be water issues at this project at any time, even during construction of the project. I don't know if it's possible to move the basin, but at the end of the day, it's not for this board nor the township nor U.S. Solar to decide. Whatever is decided in terms of whether or not it's required and or its location, we will totally abide by whatever the requirement is. However, that requirement is going to be set by the MPCA, and the Water and Soil Board of the county will also get a chance to approve or deny that.
Well, right, but you propose its location and they review it for approval or not. You do not provide them a blank slate and say, we're building a solar farm on this 8 acres. Can you tell us where the holding pond is, right?
Yes, it was the proposed location by the engineers based on the drainage patterns, topography, and soil conditions. It was how we thought you could best handle and mitigate any sort of drainage issues.
Got it. And this last one's probably for educational purposes for me more than anything, but I assume that engineer is assigned the task of locating a holding pond so that you can comply with the MPCA after you've preliminarily cited where the panels are going, right? You bet. So I assume that you're saying the engineer has picked this place as the best location. I assume, but correct me if I am wrong, that they picked that place as the best location after the location for the panels, the rows of panels, has been cited, right?
So the way that it works logistically is that we identify which portion of the parcel the project is going to be located on. Usually that's based on landowner and that's where they want it to be. So once we had decided that we were on the northern portion of this parcel, there's basically a big box. In it you have to fit both the project equipment as well as any sort of stormwater basin and the fence and any landscape screening. All of that stuff becomes the project area. It could shuffle around if so. The location of the project and the location of the stormwater basin, they're in flux and could move around theoretically, but if you put the stormwater basin on the south side of the project, it's going to be totally ineffective, and actually you will have increased the negative water impacts to that northern property by taking away the stormwater retention basin. Because we can all agree, it sounds like, I haven't heard anyone present from this idea, that the project with its perennial vegetation as compared to row crops is going to decrease the adverse water impacts to neighboring properties. So if we hold that true, and then you add the idea of a retention basin, whose whole purpose is to reduce adverse water impacts, well, it's not going to get worse, it's going to get better. So I guess at the end of the day, like I said, if the location of the stormwater basin changes, that's 100% fine with me. If the MPCA said put it on the south side, that's, we would do that happily. But right now, it appears that the way to prevent any water issues for any neighboring properties is to put the stormwater basin on the north side of the project, take into account those drainage patterns today.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments here from the board? Commissioner Bravender?
So how close to the property line is the basin now?
In the proposal that we submitted, if I can approximate, it's about 25, maybe 30 feet from the property line. The edge of it, the closest rim of the basin is about 25 feet from the property line.
So a question for Mr. Holker.
Go ahead, Dan.
I have a question for Mr. Holker. If it were 30 feet from the property line, would that be acceptable to the township with given all the information we've had now?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna claim that I'm a water expert. It's just that if it's 30 feet back from the property line, that's probably significantly more than what the last one was that we had a problem with. So I think that represents an improvement for sure, and probably helps mitigate risk. And the lay of this land, I mean, it is for sure different on the north side. We're not abutting, you're not abutting up to a low spot already on the adjacent property owner to the north. So I think that this particular one, for this particular issue, I do think it is in a better position whether you put, whether you end up having to have a holy pond or not. But I don't know, and it's like I said, and that's part of the other request is we all sit here and we talk about how confident we are and everything's perfect. Yet when there are unplanned issues, there's things that can happen that we're not gonna be able to cover in trying to figure it out right here, which led to our request for some type of an surety bond to be able to get at some type of funds if we had to remedy something. And that was, maybe it won't be water on this project. Maybe it'll be something else. So I don't know where the board is at with that or the ability to do that, but like I said, like I had mentioned, we put a lot of emphasis on handling decommissioning, and I don't know if that's statutory or how that works or what leeway you have on making funds accessible to other problems. But to me, it would be prudent to, as everybody dots the i's and crosses the t's, we do our best to make this thing work, and I recognize the applicants doing the same thing. So that would be the other thing that I would ask.
I have a question for Mr.
Go ahead, Dan.
Greg, are you there?
I'm here, Dan.
So, I have a question for you because we went through this in Cokato Township with the developers agreement that you did for the Harlan Anderson solar farm. And in that agreement, we as a township had access to the funds if we needed to. And I'm not sure how that was all worded, that was a while ago, but is that correct?
Commissioner Bravender, that is correct. That was for any road issues that came up as part of the development.
So can something similar be done for this in the developers agreement with the township's request?
Commissioner Bravender, my concern with having a pot of money set aside for potential property owners to get into creates an interpleader action, which just basically means it would be holding money between two potential parties to a litigation. I don't think that's what the county should get into, is holding money in the event of a potential litigation. So I don't want to create a separate pot that someone can go in and try to sue. If the planning commission, I heard talk of a surety bond,
if there was something along that lines, maybe you could maybe get that, but that's not something we've done in the past.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Chuck.
I just want to, I guess, sort of quickly reiterate that there is already a remedy in Minnesota state law for someone who's negatively impacted by water issues from a neighbor. I just don't think it would make sense to penalize this project by requiring us to put money up front for not only an issue that we haven't been proven to cause, but an issue that doesn't even exist, right? We have currently, there's no issue associated with this project and water. So for us to be required to put cash up front for an issue that hasn't occurred and certainly wasn't caused by us, it doesn't make sense at this time.
All right. Commissioner Malmberg?
My only response to that, and then I'm going to close out this issue for me, because I think Supervisor Holker's comments about this particular property and the way he views it and the setback being better here, it probably takes care of it for me in this instance. But the idea that resorting to hiring people like me as being a good remedy to fix it when your neighbor causes a water problems is not something that I'm going to support on any of these projects.
Right. All right, thank you. Any other commissioners have any comments? Is there any other comments from anybody, or how does the board want to proceed? There has been a motion prepared for us. Is there any changes to it? Go ahead.
I apologize for interrupting. I just did check in with my boss just now on this, and it appears that basically as long as the MPCA and the local soil and water board, which is the Union County, agree that some sort of reconfiguration should be allowable. So if the approximately 25 feet distance setback is not sufficient, which it sounds like for the township supervisor, it may have resolved the issue. But if it's not, you could sort of change the shape of it so it's taller north to south versus how it kind of line along with it. Parcel boundary. I'm not sure if that's helpful, but I would just offer it.
All right, thank you. So back to the board members. Is there any changes in the motion that has been presented from staff? Is there anything you want to add in or change with the water drainage? That's within our authority, which is more in setbacks. Or are we ready for a motion?
Mr. Chair, this is Ken.
Yes, Ken.
I listened quite acutely to Supervisor Holker's comments, and I have a question, and by the way, I understand Mr. Holker's references to the water sitting in a retaining pond forever. Now, I have to ask a question of Mr. Watts or Mr. Kobayashi. On the current holding pond plan, is there an outlet pipe below the rim of the holding pond to allow that water to flow in a more natural manner?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
That is not yet determined at this point in the project's development. Typically, we would get the land use permit approval prior to finalizing all of the, it's called the detailed engineering of the construction design of the project. So that comes next and then is reviewed by the Wright County Soil and Water Board as well as the MPCA prior to the building permit being approved.
Mr. Holker, would that be a solution, do you think, to the problem of retaining ponds?
I'm not positive. I would have to look at how that plays out.
And then maybe that's something that the township could be involved with, at least look at what the plan ends up being, because I would agree, we've never had a chance to look at a print, look at the design, and understand what the plan is here, so we're flying a little bit blind on that. So I would just request maybe when the Wright County Soil and Water reviews this print, maybe the township could have a chance to look at it.
Right, I would agree, because I would like to see this project go forward. And I think it's a rather innocuous, so to speak, project on this particular piece of land. But I agree that water has to flow in a more natural manner. And if there's some way we can have all parties agree in some manner to a final solution so this project does go through, I would be pleased to hear that.
All right.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
All right, is there any other comment from the board? Is somebody willing to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I would like to see some manner of a motion for approval, however, to satisfy all parties that are concerned about this, whether that be the local soil and water, and the township, and the developers themselves. I'd like to see some amiable agreement. So perhaps a continuation may be in order, I'm not certain. I would entertain further discussion from other board members as to their views. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Bravender?
In motion number, in the motion that's presented to us in number 9, it says any stormwater controls such as stormwater ponds to be reviewed to assure increases. My suggestion would be to say reviewed by Wright County Soil and Water and Monticello Township Board. If you add that in there.
Would that be somewhat agreeable there, Commissioner Felger?
Well, I'm looking at number 9 too, and I have a little dispute with, of another nature. There is no increase in storm water. Rain is rain, whether it's raining on a cornfield or a solar farm or a roof of a building. Rain is rain. There's no increases in storm water. The only thing that may be increased or decreased is the flow of which down its natural path. So I would go along with Commissioner Bravner's modification of number 9. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
All right, Commissioner Bravender?
Can I do 1 through 15 on this with the changes?
As presented? Will that work, Sean?
Yeah, Commissioner Bravender, I would not recommend you reading the 1.5-page motion that's before you. You can just move what staff has presented and then outline what your changes are.
Okay.
1 page.
I'd like to make a motion to move with what staff has recommended with the changes in item 9, where it says any stormwater controls such as stormwater ponds to be reviewed by Wright County Soil and Water Conservation District and Monticello Township Board to assure increases in stormwater are not introduced to surrounding properties.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any additional discussion?
Mr. Chair, if I could just clarify with Commissioner Bravender, do you just want them to be reviewed, or do you want it to be approved by them? Because approval is going to be a little more difficult to decipher with some of our outside agencies. So just wondering what you kind of want done. If you do want to approve that, maybe you should add something along the lines of if there's a dispute and parties can't reach it, that it comes back to the planning commission. But I am just concerned about there being a hang-up between the parties here, not being able to reach a conclusion.
Well, can we change the word to approved? Just take reviewed and put approved in its place? Will that work?
I don't think so, because then that gives, no offense to Supervisor Holker, but that gives the township the trump card without it coming back here, right? That would effectively be a denial. And I don't think that's what we're trying to do.
No.
I think we give them an opportunity to review it, at least from where I sit. I mean, they've made great adjustments to the screening on the west side of the property and the setback over there. It sounds like, that sort of commitment from this developer, along with what Supervisor Holker has said about this particular property to the north, and maybe these guys can get that property owner to the north to make sure he's on board with whatever it is, or doesn't care what the impacts are. So I think just reviewing it's enough.
I'm okay with that, with the reviewing part, because that's what I heard from Monticello Township, that they wanted to be a part.
Have some input.
That, so.
Does that clarify it for you, Greg, that it's a review?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that clarifies it sufficiently for me. I just wanted something in the minutes so that if this comes back, staff knows how to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Ken.
Yes, Ken.
I would like to ask Supervisor Holker if this is a meaningful step toward resolution. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm totally fine if you want to leave the verbiage and set this up as a review. It's not our intent to create more hurdles and more government bodies chiming in. I'm totally fine with that. And I think that it gives everybody an opportunity to look at it before you guys finalize it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holker.
Is there any other discussion? There's no other discussion. Roll call by vote, starting with Commissioner Bravender.
Bravender votes aye.
Felder votes aye.
Charlie? Janice?
Malberg's aye.
Maul is aye. Charlie, are you there? Motion carries. And let the record show that Charlie was unavailable to vote. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Have a great night.
All right. Moving on to number 9, Bradley Paulman. We're to that one. Sean, it looks like he's online.
I see Mr. Palmer online. Is there anybody else? Is Mr. Gatsby?
Brian Gatsby.
Thank you, Brian. Brian's online, one of the affected neighbors. Do you have any of the design professionals? They don't know. Scott's online. Okay, so everybody is online, Mr. Chair.
Okay, you want to?
This property, are you ready?
Yep, we're ready.
Yeah, this request was continued for a clarification by the Township Board, Marysville Township Board, on their input on the request. They did meet again and they approved the request as notified.
Okay.
The request is to rezone the north portion of the property to R2. Wait, let me get my point. The request is to rezone the north portion of the property from AR to R2. The center portion of the property that is surrounding an existing small ag lot from AR to agriculture. And then to leave the remainder that's already been rezoned to AR. If that is approved, they would return for a subdivision review and approval that one R2 lot, one expanded ag lot, and then the remainder be one AR lot.
Okay. Does the applicant want to add anything to that?
Yeah, that's pretty much the same thing we
we talked about last time, is just, you'll notice that it's lakeshore property and, contiguous parcels around there are similar size. There's 12 parcels counting Brian Maskey's contiguous property and it fixes some stuff. There was an access issue for Brian's lot, it fixes that. He's got a conforming lot with a 300 by 300 area there within it. 300 feet of frontage along the road and stuff. And so it's really it's good for him, and I don't think there's anyone in the neighborhood that has any objections that we know of. So I guess that's pretty much all it's been a long meeting, so yeah. I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone from the public, Sean, that is wanting to speak? Anyone from the public? Okay, we'll bring it back up here to the board. Anybody want to make a comment or have any concerns or thoughts?
Mr. Chair, this is Ken.
Go ahead, Ken.
I have a question for Sean. Now, currently, that whole property is zone AR, is that correct?
Sean?
I'm sorry. The exhibit shown is the zoning map. Previously, the Planning Commission and County Board rezoned the entire property AR except for Mr. Mapsky's ag parcel. It's in the land use plan as AR. So the request is to downzone a portion of it from AR to R2, increase the size of the ag parcel by unzoning this back to ag and leaving the remainder AR.
Okay, very well. That clarifies it. Thank you, Sean.
Any other comment? Any other concerns, or is somebody ready to present a motion?
I want to just make an observation, and then I'm going to make the motion that in this case where we're talking about, we have a rezoning, especially suitable. Here, unlike all the other ones that I've seen, we're not out in agricultural areas. Right? This land is not farmed, not farmable. And maybe just, I'm saying it out loud so that I remember it when this comes up again. I have found one that is especially suited, at least in my mind. And with that, I'd make a motion to approve rezoning, approval of the rezoning to the County Board of Commissioners to rezone the north 4 acres from AR agricultural residential and S2 residential recreational shorelands to R2 suburban residential and S2. Rezone 4.46 acres from AR agricultural residential and S2 to Ag general agriculture and S2 to add Matsky's lot currently zoned Ag general agriculture and S2, and the balance being the south 17.3 acres plus or minus to remain zoned AR because the board feels it meets the criteria laid out in the land use plan and the town board approves.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second
Mr.
it.
Chair.
I have a second. Ken, for discussion?
Mr. Chair, this is Ken.
Yes.
I didn't quite hear the motion. Could you just kind of recap it briefly?
The motion is
Sorry.
the motion is laid out in our handouts. Do you have your handout?
I do. I've got the update here, but I don't have the motion on it.
The back on the last page of the action.
Don't have it.
Page 14.
Page 10.
Right.
So the motion, Ken, was to approve rezoning of that north 4 acres from AR S2 to R2. Rezone 4.46 acres from AR S2 back to general ag. And the balance being the south 17.3 acres to rezone, to remain zoned AR, because the board feels it meets the criteria laid out in the land use plan and the town board approves.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? There's no other discussion? We'll start with a roll call vote, starting with Commissioner Bravender.
Bravender votes aye.
Felder votes aye.
Janice?
Malberg's an aye.
Maul is an aye. Charlie, I think we lost Charlie. Are you out there? All right, motion carries.
Yeah, I see him signed on, but he must be checked out.
Yep, so motion carries. Thank you for hanging with us that long.
I'd also like to move to continue the subdivision portion of the request.
Thank you guys for the long meeting. Thank you.
Brad, hold on a second. They need to make a continuation for the subdivision part.
Okay, good.
Do you know if your design work, your people will be ready for the January meeting to do that?
Oh yeah, they're ready. They've got everything completed.
So, Mr. Chair, this could be continued to the January meeting.
Okay.
I'd like to move to continue the subdivision portion of the request to the January meeting.
Right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion? No discussion. We'll start with the roll call vote, starting with Commissioner Bravender.
Bravender votes aye.
Felder votes aye.
Malberg's aye.
Maul is aye. Motion carries. Thank you again.
Thank you, guys.
All right, number 10 is Glenn Cothrad. And they are actually present here.
I believe he's in attendance at the courthouse.
Yes, he's coming now.
The president's.
Okay.
Poor guy.
If we needed to serve dinner.
Yeah. If you want to have a seat and give your name for the record, please.
Sure. Glenn Colthrady.
All right. Sean, you want to take it?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the property is in Rockford Township. It is zoned agriculture. It's in the land use plan as agriculture. The layout, the buildings are existing. The original CUP, if I recall, the property was pretty much unvacant, undeveloped at that time. And then there were concerns about the detail of operation. So we put a pretty tight level of review on the property. Since that's operated, I have not got, or I'm not aware of, complaints on the current operation. We did require, did not allow that CUP to be transferable. So Mr. Cothrady is requesting a new CUP for a contractor's yard to use the existing property and buildings and parking area. I will let him describe the details of his operations.
All right, thank you. Do you
So-
want to explain that to you? And
Yep.
try to speak up as much as you can.
All right. So Colthrady Sewer and Water, we've been in business for 26 years. We're a small family owned company. And so we're looking to move in to a different area. I mean, we're going to homestead this property. And we have, when this property came available, we weren't aware that it was on the conditional use permit was a non-transferable on it. And, but from the property owner that's there, we're smaller than him for number of vehicles and things coming out of there. I told the township that we were, on an average, probably have 4 to 5 trucks a day coming out of there. Equipment-wise, most of our equipment, most of it all stays on site, you know, or not on site, meaning on job sites. A lot of it never comes back unless it needs maintenance or we do stuff like that. Always, we never bring it back. It sits on a job site where we're working or doing something that way. So, yes, our trucks come back every day. They leave in the morning, come back at night. I've got 6 employees that would be there with us, and that they would take them trucks in the morning and, like I said, come back at night then.
Okay. Would there be anything for wrenching or mechanics?
We just do our personal stuff there. So we would do our own oil changes, or if there's light maintenance that we do it ourselves. Otherwise, we go over to the Countryside Diesel. They do all our mechanic work over there.
So this wouldn't be also having a shop there where there's a person employed there?
No.
You know, changing tires, working on?
No.
Strictly, okay.
No, it's strictly for us, and like I said, if we have some light maintenance, we don't do any heavy maintenance or nothing that way.
Okay. Sean, do you have anybody from the public?
Mr. Chair, I do not know. Is anybody in attendance to speak to the request on this contractor's yard in Rockford Township? Sounds like we're good.
Okay. Does any of the commissioners have any comment?
Yes, I have a comment.
Go ahead, Janice.
I remember when this happened, I was against, voting for a conditional use permit for the property, and I certainly am not in favor of it now.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? Ken, any comments?
No, not from Ken.
All right.
The only question I have, we have one thing in our packet, which is from a neighbor that talks about concerns about the gravel road. It sounds to me like we're talking in here about the truck travel from the west to 25, not down Calder.
Right.
I just couldn't tell if we're talking the same issue or not.
Yeah,
Does
and
that
we told.
commission resolve that?
Right, we went and we talked to, when we were at the township, we talked to them about that. I said, all our truck traffic will go to the west, out onto 25 and disperse from there. We will not take any gravel going down Calder, going to back roads, none.
Got it. Okay, so
None.
that concern that the
Yep.
current operator has, you're not gonna be following those tracks?
No,
Okay.
no, we will do no back roads. All traffic will be directed out to 25.
Okay,
Yep.
thanks.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the board here?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Sean?
for the record, just to make sure everybody's clear, the CUP originally issued to this property was in 2003. So I don't think this current board reviewed it.
I'm confused then, yes, I'm confused then, but it won't change.
Okay, I just want to make sure that,
Yeah, thanks for pointing it out. I looked at the map and it looks just almost like that, so it looks to me like this.
I'm trying to think of which one that might have been, but this was permitted in 2003.
No, that wasn't the one. It was the same person. It won't change.
All right, thank you. Is
I'm prepared to make a motion.
somebody prepared to make a motion? Go ahead, Commissioner.
I move to recommend approval for a conditional use permit to have a contractor's yard to use 2 existing sheds for storage of equipment and trucks, and a shop to work on the business vehicles and equipment used in sewer and water excavating business. Also outside parking of employees' cars and equipment with the following conditions. 1, the trucks travel from the property west to Highway 25 and not on Calder Avenue Southeast. 2, there will not be any dumping or spreading of waste on site, and typically equipment should be left at job sites during weight restrictions. 3, they will not haul over 5 ton during road restrictions. 4, this conditional use permit shall not run with the land. This permit is personal to the applicants and is not transferable to any future purchasers of the business or the land. Not more than 6 trucks maybe stored on the property at any one time?
There'll probably be more trucks than that stored there.
Stored
there.
How many stored?
There is a total, he wrote a list here, what we had there, 1 second. There's 4, 5, 7 total.
So not more than 9 trucks may be stored on the property at any one time, and any material related to the business must be stored indoors in accord with the site plan submitted. 6, the site is to be used for truck storage and parking only. There may be a need for a building permit depending upon what type of use will be inside the 2 sheds, such as any truck maintenance or repair. 7, there shall be no additional employees on the site except to pick up or drop off a truck as regulated by this permit. 8, the township reviews this permit in 1 year for compliance.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Motion.
I will second that, Mr. Chair.
Give it to him.
Yeah. Seconded by Felger. Is there any other discussion? There's no other discussion? Roll call vote, starting with Commissioner Bravender.
Bravender votes aye.
Felger votes aye.
Good, Charlie.
Palmer guy.
Mall, aye. Let it show that Janice voted no and the motion passes. All right, thank you.
And just one question for you, what you read off there, is there a copy of that? Was that off the existing condition?
Sean will get it to you.
Got it. Just so that we have a copy of it for our office, that we keep it on site there.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, moving on to number 11, Kenneth and Barbara Barris. Is there anybody here for that one? Okay. Sean, whenever you're ready for number 11.
Mr. Chair, can everybody mute themselves until it's time to speak? Thank you. The property is zoned agriculture. Like the last request, some improvements are already in place. The request is to get a contractor's yard permit to do tree services. And the plan is to add more land and expand some of the business onto the new land.
All right. Does the applicant want to add anything more to that?
Is the applicant there, guys? I thought they were in the room.
No, they are not here in the room.
I think they.
Mr. Berry, you need to unmute yourself to speak. Are you there? No. Is that you, Cam? No. We can hear you. Is that you, Mr. Berry?
Yeah, I bet you I'm online and on the phone. I don't know which one we're hearing. You need to pick one of them. You can't do both. We get feedback off.
That's why we're getting feedback. You can hang up your, you need to choose.
Can you hear now?
Yes, we're good. Could you please describe your operation to the planning commission?
Okay, yeah, we have a tree service. We primarily contract the Wright Electric Co-op, and we use their parking lots for essentially all of our equipment. And what we're looking to do here is just use this property here to park some additional support equipment, pickups and trailers, and possibly a couple of trucks. That would be that proposed parking area behind the building, the existing garage there.
And that's where the trailer and then that extra trucks are parked in there. And then on the east lot, our plan is to put a buffer zone of trees. We're gonna plant trees and some landscaping for screening purposes. And we do heat our buildings there with firewood, so we would have a spot for some wood over on the east side. And you can stacked up and.
Okay. Is there anyone from the public, Sean, that you have online that you know of?
I don't believe so.
All right, it's back here to the commissioners. Any questions for the applicant?
I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Mumberg?
If approved, when would the work be completed?
In the spring, I think.
So if,
Unless we don't get any snow.
sure,
Actually, once the property, I've been leasing the property to the east right now of that lot. From Kurt Schmidt, that's who I'm purchasing the 3.8 acres from. And once it's in our name, then we're just gonna go ahead and start making those. We're gonna get an area cut out and we can start moving our equipment in that area. As soon as we can plant trees in the spring, we'll start.
okay.
Our intention is to make it a pretty nice looking place on the left side there, so any of the screening for the traffic coming by.
So if we gave you till the end of next summer to get the screening work completed, that'd be fine?
I had a hard time hearing that.
If we gave you until the end of next summer to get the screening completed that you've showed us on the plans, would that be enough time?
Oh, yes, yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners?
Well, I have a question. Your neighbors, right now is Kurt Schmidt on that 3/4 acre. Who's to the other side of him, past him? Another house over there?
Kurt owns this, approximately 2.5 acres to the east of us. And our adjacent neighbor back in the woods, he's purchasing the other half of that. So basically, we're splitting that parcel of land between us on the east side over to Kurt's driveway. So we're adding this, he's adding extra land on his property too. So the here on the back.
Will you just be the person that's driving the pickups and stuff to and from the property, or will there be other employees that will be coming to your site? Because you're taking vehicles out.
Yeah, well, that's typically what'll happen, is they don't pull out of there, they just pull it over and park it, and they'll get picked up and take it back to their vehicles. We park it right now in Electric in Rockford, and then we have a yard up in Maple Lake we use. So, all of our operating equipment is off-site, and this is just gonna be like a plow truck or a skid loader, like just 3 or 4 trailers that would be used for support.
But I mean, people will be coming to your place daily to.
No.
Okay, just for your own personal storage, rather than.
Well, it's business for our business storage. Employees will be coming here. I pick them up typically. We gotta go get a trailer. I'll go pick up a trailer and we go off, blow some wood up, take it somewhere, and bring the trailer back.
So how many times a day would you think that you'd be coming and going with trucks in and out of your property?
Oh, we haven't moved a trailer for 3 weeks. We basically just do, but and then other days it could just be in the morning and then comes back in the evening. 7:30 in the morning, we're back by 4.
Okay, Ken, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This would be directed for Mr. Riley. Now, the applicant is talking about land splits and combinations and such. Have those been effectuated, Sean?
They've been conceptually approved, but until the landowner does the transaction, files the deeds, that's when it'll be done, and then we have language that the CUP expansion is conditional on making that happen.
I see. And when do you foresee that happening, Sean?
The landowner described having this activity started and done by next year, so I'm assuming they're ready to do the transfer of deeds soon.
Can I interject?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, it's, Kurt Schmidt and I have we got a certified survey from Otto here back in October, and it's already been filed, we paid the fee. Basically, we were told that for the land transaction to happen, we had to get the CUP. Otherwise, we probably would have already had this purchased. We're just kind of waiting for this process here. So after tonight's meeting, we approve, we'll be going to a land title place, and we're trying to get this done before the end of the year.
That help, Ken?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, any other questions here from the board? Or is somebody willing to make a motion?
I'm prepared to make a motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Dan?
Since the township approved and we have received no other comments, I'd like to make a motion to approve a conditional use permit for a contractor's yard to allow for parking and storage of equipment used in a tree service business in accord with the narrative and site plan on file with the following conditions. Number one, the land to be purchased and combined into existing property before expansion occurs. 2, screening shown on the plan will be required and needs to be completed by August 31st. 2021. 3, all work is conducted off-site. 4, any expansion or change in use would require a new CUP hearing. And 5, the township review in 1 year for compliance.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any other discussion? There's no other discussion. We'll have a roll call vote starting with Commissioner Bravender.
Bravender votes aye.
Felger votes aye.
Bro?
Mulber votes aye.
Mal votes aye. And Charlie, you voted aye, correct? Yep, thank you. All right, thank you. Motion carries.
He doesn't have to log back on.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hey, thank you for considering this, thank you.
We are moving on to number 12, Ashley Brown. And Ashley Brown is present, or somebody is present. They're coming in now.
I see her online. Is Terry Danielson here also?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, we want to sit down and give your name for the record, please?
Sure. Terry Danielson with Coldwell Banker Realty.
Okay. Yes, Sean, she is here.
Thank you.
And whenever...
This is Ashley Brown. I'm the trustee for the property.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Sean.
Yes, the property is in Rockford Township, and in 1990 was rezoned to R2A. So the rezoning has already taken place. There were reasons that the original subdivision plan was not acted on and cannot be acted on. So there's been a reconfiguration, and the request is to create 3 lots on the west side of the road meeting the R2A standards. We do 1 additional lot on the east side of the road and leave the remaining house on the lot both meeting R2 standards. We've received soil boring work and the surveys. So this conditional use permit is for a subdivision of the existing property already being rezoned.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything the applicants would like to add?
Nope, it's ready to go.
I think that about covers it unless Gary has something to add.
Okay. And the applicants are saying that covers it. Is there anything from the board members here? Any comments? Any comments from the board members or concerns?
Did you ask for the public, Dan?
Oh, sorry. Is there anybody on the public available who would like to comment? All right, we'll come back to the board members then again. Is there anyone of a board member that wants to comment? Is there somebody wanting to make a motion?
I can make the motion, Mr. Chair.
All right. Commissioner Momberg?
I'm going to read it slow so Commissioner Bravender can be back in the room by the time we vote. Make a motion to approve a conditional use permit for a 5-lot unplatted subdivision in accord with the survey completed by Dennis Taylor, file number 18131 with the following conditions. 1, per feedlot regulations, the new R2A parcels will be allowed 1/2 animal unit per acre, and no lot would be allowed to reach 10 animal units, and any building that houses animals will need to be 100 feet from property lines. 2, if required, access permits will need to be obtained through the township prior to construction. And 3, before the lots on the east side are sold or divided, the existing septic must be abandoned and the new system installed for the existing home. If weather conditions preclude this, an escrow account approved by planning and zoning must be established for this work to be conducted as soon as conditions allow.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Mr. Chair, I'll second that motion. I've got some discussion as well.
All right, we'll ask for discussion. I have a motion and a second. So now discussion. Ken?
Mr. Chair, this is Ken. I noted that within the motion, they referred to a survey completed by Dennis Taylor. However, if I look at the attachment, there is a survey by Otto Associates.
It's
That would be,
Otto and Associates, correct.
okay, that would stand to be a correction within the motion.
Yeah, I would make that correction.
I'm looking down here just a second.
Okay, because the certificate of survey that we have, Sean, is from Otto and Associates.
And it's project number 20-0414, so I would amend the motion, or correct the motion to reference the survey completed by Otto Associates, project number 20-0414.
Okay, you go along with that, Ken?
I didn't hear, I couldn't hear, Mr. Chair.
He basically,
The motion was,
go ahead, Sean.
Ken, the motion was amended to refer to the Otto survey and its job number instead of Taylor.
Okay, very well. Now, could we verify that with the trustee of the trust? To make sure that Otto is the current surveyor?
Yep, he is the current surveyor.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yep.
Thank you, Ken.
Is there any other discussion? If there's no other discussion, we'll proceed to vote, starting with Commissioner Bravender.
Bravender votes aye.
Felder votes aye.
Rowe votes aye, and I'm curious if we can hear me better.
Astor votes aye.
Malberg votes aye.
Maul votes aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you for hanging with us.
Whoever. Charlie.
Must have been a misprint on Sean's side. Oh, really? So, all right, we will.
Hello, can anybody hear me?
I do have to, there's somebody here.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was trying to speak up earlier for any public, discussion. My name's Purple Crown, and I'm the adjacent property owner. And I just wanted to know the access on the 3 east lot, or excuse me, 1 lot, that where that would be coming to. Would that be coming to the existing road that's in the center?
Correct, it'll be going east to the existing road.
Going east to the existing road. Okay, that was the only question I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Something controversial.
We got lucky.
Yeah.
Number 14.
No, we're on number 13. This gentleman's been waiting all afternoon. We're not gonna pass him.
How's your guys' day going?
Long. You wanna have a seat and then give your name for the record, please?
My name is Jim Splinter. I live in Annandale. I'm an Edina Realty agent. I'm helping Jim Price, who is on here as the new item with the 104 acres. You guys should have development plans and the work that we've gone through. I think Jim Price, who is on vacation, is online, although I'm not sure he is. Okay, I'll look at it. Okay.
Okay, Sean, do you want to take it?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Planning Commission, the property is in Monticello Township. It is currently zoned in agriculture. It's in the land use plan as ag residential. The request is to rezone the property from ag to AR. And this is the preliminary concept plan for dividing the parcel up if it's rezoned.
Right, thank you. Does the applicants have anything you want to add?
Nothing at this point, unless there's questions or concerns.
Okay. Is there anyone from the public, Sean?
I think the township supervisor is still online, perhaps with some input on the recommendation and driveway situations. Are you there, Brett?
Yeah, this is Brett Volker, supervisor, Monticello Township. So the only interaction that we had was to review the access to the township roads, and the original request had gone to the county that had individual accesses for each of the parcels, and we request that they put together a plan that would combine wherever possible and make shared driveways and have them come together right at the right of way. The last print plan that we saw, they did that, reduced the accesses probably half of what was there, and that was done. That was the only part that we had, and that would have been that was the only recommendation that we had from the township.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Sean.
that would be, can everyone mute for, that would be a criteria to review against the CUP for the subdivision review. Again, it's in the land use plan as AR. We've had a few letters concerned about developing the land. The planning commission probably needs to decide if it warrants a site inspection. If not, we need direction on the rezoning request.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to have a site inspection.
All right, I have a motion on the floor for a site inspection. Do I have a second? Do I have a second for a motion for a site inspection?
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded to have a site inspection. Is there any discussion on that?
Just curious, because we feel that we have kind of put out what Stacy has helped us with, and we've been with Monticello Township. We tried to get everything all situated.
Yep.
It's a beautiful building area. It's not really very indicative for farm ag. It's a lot of rolling hills, a lot of sugar maples, a lot of oak trees. Beautiful development, but certainly not best suited as ag. So just curious, are we missing something as far as needing a site design visit?
I'm not sure what the commissioner, but I have a motion on the floor for a site inspection. So, is there any other discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chair, this is Ken.
Yes, Ken?
I didn't hear what that last gentleman said. And who was he?
He is the realtor working for the applicant, and he was just asking what the feeling was, why we needed a site inspection of the property, because it's not farmable or tillable land. And I guess all the comment I made was that we have a motion on the floor for a site inspection.
Okay, very well, thank you.
So is there other discussion that can be had before a vote, or do we have any other input as far as like the site inspection or not?
Well, what a site inspection is we will continue this until next month, and we will schedule a site inspection for the board to go out there, look at the property. No decisions will be made. We'll look at the property and then come back next month and potentially make a decision. So that's all the site inspection gives us, is the ability to go out, look at the property before a motion is made for rezoning. Does that answer your question?
For the most part, yes, I guess, I would reiterate what Mr. stated. Everything with this subdivision, we work very closely with Stacy Marquardt, Meyer Rural Lane. We actually had to acquire 3 parcels from adjoining neighbors due to an alignment issue with the case.
Okay.
Do we have anything in our record that makes this some sort of time-sensitive request? Otherwise, it's fairly customary if a commissioner is interested in doing a site visit, to do a site visit. So is there something that's time-sensitive?
I would say not, other than the fact that we want to proceed and we kind of get everything, but otherwise, no, not really.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Is there any other discussion? If there's no other discussion, we'll proceed with a vote for a site inspection, starting with Commissioner Bravender.
Bravender votes aye.
Felger? Do we lose him, Sean? Did we lose everybody? Sean?
Ken or Mr. Price, if you can hear us, will you give a thumbs up on the video or something, or Charlie, anybody?
Uh-oh.
We went past our allotted time. We're in a holding pattern if anybody can hear us.
my car and get my phone charger. I did not.
Didn't expect this, did you?
I think we're gonna get to 5 hours. 4
Well, there were a couple things on the agenda that, I think
Got a little lengthy.
had a lot of discussion.
Yep.
2 meetings.
Well, technically, we're not at our record yet.
No, we don't want to get there.
Not far away from
You
it.
know, it's not 1 AM. We could be,
Yeah, that's
How
what I
many-
just figured out, 7:30.
how many meetings have we done till 1 AM,
Yeah.
Dan?
Well,
Have
certainly it's
to
gotta be
the
nicer
land-
starting at 1 o'clock than starting at your 7 o'clock, which used to always, wasn't it always 7 o'clock?
30.
Almost
7:30.
always 7:30
And then
evenings.
years before that, it was 8 o'clock, so
o'clock.
then we went even later.
Yeah. I think our latest one was what, 1:15?
We
I think it was
were
a-
after 1.
That was in the landfill days.
Yeah, that was a landfill.
And some other gravel pits.
Gravel
Gravel
pits.
pits are never easy.
Much less than you have so much of the public in attendance. And now that they're here, they all want to make sure that they say something.
Technology always adds an extra hour or two.
Yeah,
And, you know, trying to hold them like this way just takes more time.
it takes more time to work through all the audio.
You know, I'm not sure, I know everybody can't hear, but we have done other things that are not showing there. We had Trustee Endy for basic septic design, and he's already gone out and did soil borings on each of the lots, and has designated a primary and a secondary spot for the septics, and it's rock, sand, and gravel on 8 of the 9, so you just have a standard, normal pressurized bed. One of the 9 lots may require a slight buildup and a mound, although none of that's really very important when you have such big lots, and opposed to working on
Tell the county board.
postage.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. How are you?
We've lost this.
Yeah.
We lost everybody.
You guys are just talking, right?
Yes,
You guys
yes.
couldn't hear Jim talking, right?
No, we couldn't hear anything.
He talked for like 5 minutes, so.
Commissioner Bravender voting yes for a site inspection. So Ken, you would be next.
I will defer to the motion and say I will agree to a site inspection. And I'd like to discuss something too.
Well, we're on a motion now for site inspection. So, Charlie.
Mr. Chair, I see the need for a site inspection, but if that's what the rest of you want, I'm not going to oppose it.
All right. Janice?
I vote for a site inspection.
Wahlberg's aye.
And Ma will vote with it too. So motion carries. We will have a site inspection and we will set the day and the time at the end of the meeting. The applicant can call the planning and zoning tomorrow and find out when we set that for.
So I'm assuming the motion is to continue to the January meeting? It wasn't in the motion, but.
Was that correct, Janice, to continue to the January meeting?
Yes, with the January meeting, please.
All right. Okay with you? You have the second?
Yep.
Okay. So we'll set a time to come out there at the end of this meeting. So if you don't want to stick around, you don't have to. And then just call in to the office tomorrow. Okay?
If there's one request that we could have, if it could happen after the 19th of December,
Okay?
I am unavailable until after the 19th of December.
All right. We will make that work.
If people want to go look now, like I stated, the property corners are being placed as per the design, so there will be a visual for it. And like I said, I don't have any concerns. The only concern was that it was being delayed, in my opinion, for no reason other than somebody wanted it. So Mr. Riley can assure you guys that we've been very diligent and we've done our due diligence on this.
Yes. And
Jim, Mr. Chair,
go ahead, Sean.
I don't know if it'll make you feel any better, but we haven't done the subdivision phase yet, so we don't know if there's another reason, like the township spoke to the driveways. There was responses on wetlands. They're not only looking at it to see should we resolve this or not, but if we do, there's a second part, the 8 lots and the layout and the details. Does that make sense? And seeing the property really assists when you're looking at the subdivision of it also.
Yep, I agree. So.
All right. Thank you. All right. Sean, we'll move on to number 14. So, thank you.
I was putting my hand up to say that we had to do it after December 19th because he's not available.
Yeah, it's kind of what I figured you were going to mention because you said he's on
He
vacation.
spoke up, I could not.
Okay.
Very good, thanks, guys.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Is Foster here? Online.
Online?
This
Okay,
is
good.
Dirk Foster, I'm on Zoom, on virtual.
Okay. All right, Sean, whenever you're ready.
Mr. Chair, Planning Commission, the request is to, let me make sure I'm on the right slide here. Existing cemetery south of Buffalo, to expand the location to the land use plans transition area. Additional land is being added to the property. Just 1 second. So yes, there's a 2-staged request. They will be adding property to the existing lot. That has already been figured out administratively. And at the same time, they want to get a conditional use permit issued. So when they're ready to expand the cemetery after adding the land, they're good to go. Any planning requirements that would be required at that time would need to be met. And I suppose we should evaluate the timing of when the cemetery would be expanding to waive our requirement for when work needs to commence.
All right, does the applicant want to add to that, or can you give us a time frame?
Yes, I can. My name is Dick Foster. I'm president of Zion Lutheran Church. We own the Zion Cemetery. That's the subject of this discussion. We have been in discussion with the owners of the agricultural land around the cemetery for the last few years. We have come to liberal terms and agreements as far as buying up to 3 acres of land, some to the south, mostly to the east. We desire to buy this land now. However, we don't anticipating developing it or converting it into actual cemetery use for a number of years. That decision hasn't been made yet. We would have to convert it into turf, plant grass. We have cleaned up some of the trees along the tree line currently right now. And then we would put in a road for the new cemetery portion for access to the cemetery lot for the grave site. But none of that time frame has really been approved. We don't have any definite plans. So right now we're just purchasing the land with the understanding that in some number of years, 2 to 5 years, who knows, we would maybe start developing the land. Converting it over to cemetery use, I should say. That's all I have, subject to your questions.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone from the public that you have available, Sean, that you know?
I don't see anybody, and with that description on the timing of the project, I'd say because of the unique nature of cemetery, it's not like the use or the details are going to change, that the planning commission entertain waiving commencement or completion of the CUP.
Okay. Is there any comments from the board members here?
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Go ahead, Ken, you can make a motion.
All right, I would move to approve a conditional use permit to allow for the expansion of the existing cemetery, which would include adding approximately 3 additional acres for the new site, with the condition that prior to the construction of the cemetery itself, any proper planning and requirements through the state are met.
And do you want to waive the construction timeline? Okay, I have a motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Just, Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Bravender?
I'd like to entertain an addition to the motion, Ken, if you would, that the time restraints on construction be waived for this purpose because of the uniqueness of the cemetery.
That would be acceptable to me, Dan.
All right, thank you. Charlie?
And Dan, if I got the second, I'm okay with that.
All right, thank you, Charlie. Any other discussion? There's no other discussion. Vote roll call, starting with Commissioner Bravender.
Bravender votes aye.
Felder, aye.
Brown votes aye.
Thompson, aye.
Mulberg abstains.
Maul votes aye. Motion carries. Do we have any?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ken.
I just want to, for the purposes of record, I want to know if you guys had that outage in the boardroom and we couldn't hear you. my property. So just for the record, I wanted to let you know, I did not have the chairman's approval to speak, but I had this informal conversation.
All right.
You don't get your per diem, Ken.
All right, thank you for that. It's on record.
No, Sean, we just take away his mileage. There you go.
Is there anything else we need to go through?
Yes.
Need to set a date as well.
Is there anything else we need to do as far as work, or otherwise we have to set a site inspection? Okay. When do people have available for a site inspection after December 19th?
Anytime in the new year.
I want to make Charlie go. I'm most interested in having it this year. I'm kidding, of course.
Yeah.
I have jury duty that starts the 21st, so I'm fine with the new year too.
Oh.
So what does it look like after the new year for a date and time for site inspection?
When's our next meeting?
14th of January. Correct?
Yep, 14th. Is there a calendar up here yet?
How
No?
about January 7th?
Is January 7th
Afternoon?
at 1 p.m., January 7th?
Yep.
Pat, are you good?
Yep.
Yeah, Dan, that's not gonna work for me. I'm kind of be watching TV.
I figured you would, Charlie. How about for you, Ken?
I may just drive by, if at all.
Okay, Janet?
If it's any date right now, I can't.
I won't ask
You
why.
guys go do what you need to do.
All right, Janice, 7th of January? All right, we'll set the site inspection for January 7th at 1 p.m. Meet here at the county like we always do, and we'll go out there and take a look. Is there anything else that anybody has to bring before the board? Pat?
I think I just want to say thanks to Charlie for certainly making things interesting while we got to share the time on the board. Charlie, I appreciate your perspective and your performance of your civic duty.
Yes, and the board would like to thank you for your service, Charlie.
I appreciate that, Pat, and I hope you have my humor as well.
I didn't hear what you said, Pat. Pat, you said I didn't hear what you said.
Jan, I was just saying nice things about Charlie, so I won't ask you to second it.
Oh my.
All right. Well, if nobody has anything else, and again, thank you, Charlie. Thank you for your service. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Go ahead, Charlie.
I just wanted to thank everybody on the board for the work that you do, and, I appreciate everything, and it's kind of a thankless job sometimes, but I'm glad you guys are willing to do it.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, Charlie, of course, I'll follow up on the 29th with more comments at the county board, but it's been a fun 8 years with you on the planning commission. And I do have to say, if there's one good thing out of COVID, it's that this meeting has ended at 6 o'clock at night and not at 2 a.m. We have something to be very thankful for. I think this one would have beat the landfill.
We're close. We're at about we're almost at 1:45 is where we're at. Oh.
Hey, Charlie, I didn't know that tonight was your last meeting. I would have been nicer. Yeah, I've enjoyed working with you. We've had a lot of good discussions, and you know that I wish you the very best forever and ever.
Thank you, Dan, and back at you too. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
I think it's time to go.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, it looks like Greg's putting his pajamas on.
All right. Who wants?
No, I just had to leave my dining room because the kids are eating. Oh, I see.
Who wants the motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
We have a motion moved and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Any discussion?
Nope, not on that one.
No discussion, Mr. Chair?
Nope, it's over.
Okay, aye.
Thank you all.
Aye.